clouds have come my way. Oh, I study skies each day. Hey, the weather's changing like the winds that blow, patterns that the radar shows. Oh, the storm, it grows so gray. When the winds start to rage, all the folks round the town, they ain't crying, 'cause they're safe. And they're sound in their haven, yes they are, prepared minds. Oh, stay calm, stay calm, stay calm, 'cause you're where you should be, yeah.
Hello, welcome and hello. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I know we kept on pushing it back there, but we're just, getting things ready here. Whenever we say that, on YouTube especially, whenever we say, hey, we're planning on going live at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. or whatever it is, that's the target. That's at noon that day. That's what I decided. Maybe that's what's going to work. Well, whenever we get closer, it's always possible that we push it forward or backwards, maybe 30 minutes, sometimes an hour or two. So just keep that in mind. So sorry once again for the confusion there. I don't control the weather, and I want to make sure that we're here for you whenever the weather starts going, bad and not just sitting here waiting the whole time. And now it's currently 8 p.m. on the East Coast. It is, 7 in the central time zone, which is what we're going to be talking about mostly today. And things are starting to ramp up a little bit. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about the big enhanced risk driven by damaging wind threat, hail, and a tornado threat in Nebraska, Kansas, down into Oklahoma, a little bit of Texas. And we're also going to be talking about some storms that are popping up over in Kentucky, over through Virginia and West Virginia. And in fact, there's an enhanced risk of severe weather over there as well. That's where a lot of our severe weather warnings are right now. So we've got our team of storm chasers out there today and some stationary cameras brought to you by Virtual RAILFAN. Lots of storm chasers out. We're probably going to be highly dependent on them later, as there's going to be a million different angles of every storm that pops up. But we've got Jaden Pappenheim there giving us a rear end view of the infamous Dominator. That's Reed Timmer's storm chasing, intercepting vehicle there in Kansas, just waiting for storms to pop up to see if they can go, get some stuff, get inside of a tornado. Hold on, my mic seems to be a little hot. Okay. So yeah, that's the Dominator there. We're going to be following them around through Jaden's feed. We've also got Ryan Scholl, and we also have Jason Cooley out there as well. So we've got a couple different views of the big storm that we've got out in Texas right now, and we've got some storms up here in Nebraska as well. How is does the mic sound to you guys? Everything good? I'm looking at chat for a moment. It looks like it might be peaking a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm not bursting your eardrums there. Yeah, looking at the rear view there. Where's Dorothy? Well, with the Dominator, you don't need Dorothy. The Dominator is Dorothy. They're putting that thing inside the tornado. That's what they're trying to do. Good? Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, this is some live coverage here on a potential big-time severe weather outbreak. What we're waiting on right now is for these storms on the northern side of our, flare-up of convection that's happening right now to mature, and also the same thing on the southern side. We've got some storms down here near the Red River Valley, near Vernon, Texas, that's about to cross over into Oklahoma into, honestly, a very favorable atmosphere for potential tornadoes. We're waiting on those storms to mature and kind of move into that more favorable atmosphere. One of the things that's going on right now is it got real hot today, a little bit hotter than what we thought it was going to be. So the dew points and the temperatures are a little bit more spread apart than maybe what you would want to see if you're a storm chaser. So as things cool down a little bit, it's going to be possible for the bottom of those clouds to be closer to the ground, and that's also right around the time when we think that things are really going to start popping off here as well as far as new storm formation goes. And that's when that lower level jet's going to kick in. I think right as the sun starts really going down here in some of these areas, that's when everything's going to start really taking off as far as our potential severe weather outbreak goes today. But we've already got some significant severe weather happening in Texas right now, here near Chillicothe. This is eventually going to go up towards El Dorado, across the Red River there in Texas and Oklahoma. We've got a severe thunderstorm producing 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've also got another storm down here producing 60-mile-an-hour winds moving up towards Crowell, Texas. We got some severe thunderstorm warnings associated with that. Over in Virginia, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Just to the south and west of Richmond, we've got a storm capable of producing 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And 60-mile-per-hour winds are no joke, y'all. That's literally enough to start moving some stuff around, okay, that maybe you don't want to be moving around. So get ready for that if you are in Sutherland, Leader, or Maroma in Virginia. We've also got quite a few damage reports out here as well. Power outages north of Richmond. This is going to continue to be the case as these storms move down into more eastern portions of Virginia. Over here in West Virginia, near my hometown here, we've got a big storm over here in just north of Pikeville, West Virginia, moving into the Lacoma and Oceana area in West Virginia. That's going to be carrying the potential for 1 inch in diameter hail with it. And you know what? I just about bet you can see that from our tower camera here at the Weather House. Let me turn this bad boy around towards West Virginia here, and we might be able to see the top of it. We might not. Oh, yeah, there it is. Look at that. Let me zoom in on it for you. So we're looking way out into the distance here from eastern Kentucky into West Virginia, and that's the top of the storm that's producing the severe thunderstorm warning over there in West Virginia. And if we keep it locked in on that, we'll probably see some lightning and everything, especially as the sun goes down. So yeah, there's a live view of the honestly pretty strong thunderstorm that's exploding over there in West Virginia right now from the Weather House. Earlier today here at the Weather House, we had a mesoscale discussion issued for our area indicating that we might be under a severe thunderstorm watch. That was never issued, but now storms are starting to pop off here in Kentucky. LaGrange, Kentucky, you guys are getting a severe thunderstorm with 1 inch in diameter hail potentially and up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some other storms are popping off over here near Owenton. So there's actually a lot of things going on right now, even though we are at the very beginning beginning of this potential severe weather outbreak. And the lights have turned green, so that means that meteorologist Andy Hill has something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Hey, guys, hope you're all doing well. Today will be more than likely on today and tomorrow for those joining now. So this will be another springtime semi-marathon coverage type of deal. But since we're covering these hailstorms, windstorms in the eastern states and one near Ryan now, should talk about why there is no or very, very little tornado threat associated with those, since that's one of the main things we are going to focus on severe weather coverage. Some people are probably wondering, like, is there going to be a tornado with these or not in Virginia? And there's simply not. There's two separate reasons. The storms in Virginia that we're looking at, those ones, it's so dry at the surface that there's a bunch of convective inhibition, which means that it really takes a lot for things to get going, and they have to go up really high before that cloud condenses and you can see it. When the cloud base is that high up, you're not really going to get any tornadoes. It's extremely hard to stretch a column of air way more feet, yards, even half a mile up, compared to when we have those really low grungy clouds that we often see tornadoes from. So that's the case over in Virginia. It's dry enough at the surface to where we don't have a cap or a lid on the atmosphere, but we just have enough inhibition for any surface-based processes to give us tornado genesis. Now in Kentucky, closer to Ryan and West Virginia, there is a more moist surface in place, a more moist surface. So the dew points are higher relative humidity.
Hey,
But
Ryan,
there is no low-level shear, so it's very, very little change of wind speed and direction with height, just the first third of a mile above your head. And we really need a bunch of that change in wind direction and speed with height for tornadoes to happen. So two separate reasons why there's no or very, very little tornado threat over on the Eastern time zone for today's coverage. And there you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. He's going to be talking to us a lot today as he's watching everything, in the background there alongside me. And you guys have watched before. You know what happens here. He's going to bring my attention to maybe some stuff that we aren't currently paying attention to, and allow us to really cover everything here in a way that really wouldn't be possible without him. So we're glad to have Andy with us today. Also, we're glad to have our storm chasers, Bob, Ryan Scholl, Jason there. Ryan's got a great view of one of the storms in Nebraska, and we're going to kind of talk to him right here in a second because I believe he reached out to me. Yeah, that's him. I'm going to reach out. Ryan, go ahead. So Ryan Scholl is once again in Blaine County, Nebraska.
I know it may not look impressive on radar, but I'm currently sitting here north of Dunning, Nebraska, and we have a beautiful corkscrew updraft of some sorts here hovering over the sand hills, and looks like the cell is strengthening, and maybe, just maybe, we might get something out of it. I have my doubts, though.
So that's a live report from storm chaser Ryan Scholl out there in Nebraska, and that is an absolutely beautiful view of that storm there. Once again, in near Blaine County, Nebraska. All of these storms in Nebraska and South Dakota are rotating. And in fact, just a little bit before we started the stream, we noticed that some of them were rotating quite a bit. So we believe that there's going to be a very good chance that continues as we go deeper into the afternoon and especially in the evening as the sun goes down. Once again, the low-level jet is going to really intensify with this storm system around sundown. It's already started right now, but it's going to really max out around 10, 11 p.m. or so. And any storm that's allowed to interact with that properly is going to be something that we really have to consider potentially dropping a big tornado. So speaking of big tornadoes, let me kind of explain to you the risks, the SPC risks. Let's take a look at that. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We've got that big enhanced risk from southern South Dakota all the way down into central Kansas. Includes a lot of Nebraska there. Slight risk goes all the way down into Texas. And we've got that other slight risk that includes Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, and a little enhanced risk over there in the southern Maryland area, eastern Virginia. no tornado risk really with that stuff over there. It's hail and wind. That's what we're concerned about. And honestly, the threat over there is going to go down a little bit as the sun goes down. But the threat ramps up in the western mode, okay, in the big enhanced risk there. Right now, we've got a lot of storms in the Nebraska side, but we really don't have anything going on in Kansas right now. We expect that to change soon. And once again, sometime over the next 3 hours or so, things are really going to start popping off. And if we get those really discrete, mature supercells, especially in Kansas, and they're able to interact with that lower level jet later tonight, there's probably going to be some big tornadoes. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center has the 10% hatched risk of tornadoes in this area. Once again, 10% risk means that there's a 10% probability that some people see tornadoes within 25 miles of any given point in that yellow zone. And the hatched risk indicates that those tornadoes could be strong tornadoes producing EF2 or higher damage. The browns 5, the greens 2. And that's for today. And I don't want to talk too much about tomorrow just yet because today hasn't really even started. But we will be here tomorrow because we've got that enhanced risk in Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. Slight risk goes all the way down into Arkansas. And that's already got that 10% hatched risk, tornado risk with it as well. So tomorrow, actually, there's a little bit more confidence that we're going to have storms tomorrow that are capable of producing tornadoes. Today, we don't have as much confidence that those storms are going to form, but if they do form, and it's starting to look like they're definitely going to here, we're already seeing them pop up in Nebraska and stuff, but the ceiling for today's event, in my opinion, is a little bit higher. The floor is much higher tomorrow, so no matter what, I think we're going to have some damaging storms tomorrow. And we're going to be here for that, as that potentially turns into a big deal as well with the tornado threat. And then there's a chance maybe that we might even be here Wednesday. Right now it doesn't look too significant, but there is a lingering severe weather risk that kind of includes the Ohio Valley, parts of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, down into Tennessee. The tornado threat right now, it's too far out to really tell, but it looks like it's not going to be as intense as what we're seeing today and tomorrow. And then would you look at that, we've got a day 4 outlook highlighting eastern Oklahoma on Thursday. So it's April. You can tell by the severe weather outlooks. It's been busy so far, and it looks like it's going to continue to be busy. And of course, we're going to be here for you anytime that we feel it's necessary. So we're here today. Let's inspect some of these storms. We've got a lot of convection happening here in Nebraska. It's like a zipper almost. It's going down farther and farther south. And each time a new cell forms farther south, it's in a slightly better environment to kind of really become mature. Now, all of these are in a decent environment to spin. Like any of these storms have the opportunity to produce a tornado here. But I think that we're going to see some maybe bigger supercells that are able to be discrete down here a little bit farther south. So I'm watching these storms very closely. The one near Wood Lake looks like a storm that could potentially become tornadic. The one back here towards Kilgore also looks pretty, suspicious. So right now, none of those are rotating enough to, warrant a tornado warning. But it's probably going to happen at some point if they maintain their discreteness. We just got a new mesoscale discussion here for Kansas. I'm interested. It looks like there's an 80% chance of a new watch being issued here in Kansas. Rapid thunderstorm development and intensification appears probable at some point this evening, most likely by 10 p.m. to midnight. So pretty much what we just talked about there. We're expecting to see rapid thunderstorm development here in Kansas, and that's when things are really going to be popping off. It's 8 p.m. on the East Coast right now, so this part of the storm might not be at its greatest potential until maybe all the way at 11 p.m. or 12 p.m., and of course we'll be checking back in on that. These storms back here in Texas and Oklahoma, though, are packing a punch. They're not really rotating, but they are getting into a more and more favorable environment for potential tornadoes. They're not quite there yet, and it's important to understand that the whole storm system is moving, so some of those favorable parameters are moving away from the storms, But these storms are moving towards it. They're moving out of a less favorable environment and more into a favorable environment. So places like Altus, Oklahoma, all the way up to Hobart and Carnegie, you guys really need to be watching this cell, because if it's allowed to continue for long enough, after enough cell mergers and after enough time to mature, this one definitely could be a storm that produces a tornado here. Right now, we're mostly concerned about inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So everybody in Altus, Oklahoma there needs to be prepared for that. Back over to the Richmond storms real quick. Let's just check on it real quick. Hail and wind, that looks like the main threat over here. We've got a really nice and visible outflow boundary from these storms here. You see this line that kind of comes out from the storms. If you are in Norfolk or Virginia Beach, you probably just felt that go by. But notice how the outflow boundary is also starting new convection along it. So that tells me that, you know, these storms back here are probably going to start to die out pretty quickly, but we're going to see new ones form along that outflow boundary, and they're going to do basically the same thing as they go farther to the south towards South Hill, Emporia, Franklin. But they're, you know, as the sun goes down, they're going to have less energy overall to work with. So eventually this whole complex will die out. But right now we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for Sutherland and Woodland Point or Pond in Virginia, south and west of Richmond. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. I don't know if we can still see that. Yep, we can still see that from my camera here at the house. You know, that's a good 30,000 feet in the air. We've got our camera pointed at it. How far away is my camera from that? I'm just interested to see. Oh, wrong button. About 55 miles. So yeah, we're looking at a storm that's about 55 miles away there, the very top of it. And once again, as the sun goes down a little bit more, we should be able to see a lot of lightning activity there as it goes farther and farther to the south and east. I would also be surprised if we didn't see other thunderstorms convect along this boundary here. There's a little bit of a boundary that floats all the way past this into Kentucky, and you know, as the night goes on, I think we're going to continue to see storms pop up out here as well. So Lexington down through Moorhead, West Liberty, get ready for some thunderstorms tonight. And back to the Nebraska storms. I'm just going to kind of keep it on that. Right now, these storms are the ones that are most concerning to me, at least in the short term. So we're going to keep a very close eye on these. Philly John says, thanks for all you do. Can you explain how you know what the cap will be or where you will see that on radar? I often hear you guys say it will depend on the cap. Well, Philly, there's really not a good way to see it on radar. Basically, what the cap is it's just a warm layer of air above the surface that keeps warm air at the surface from rising. Okay, we all know warm air rises, but it doesn't rise into warmer air. So anytime that we get a layer of warm air above the surface, it keeps a lid on the potential rising motion of the warm, moist air on the surface, and we call that a cap. You can't really see it on radar, but you know, you can see it, and we'll look at some of these later in the broadcast. I'm sure you can see it on SKUTs. You can see it, you know, sometimes you can see it in the cloud features and stuff, and some of the live streams. You can see some features that kind of indicate where the cap is and that there is a cap. So I will make sure that anytime we see anything today that is, you know, that references the cap, I will point that out for you so you can know what to look for in the future. But basically just know that, you know, there's a huge area of warm air aloft in this zone here where there's not storms popping off right now, and that's kind of keeping a lid on the atmosphere or a cap. Now, if that cap erodes or if anything kind of alters the environment to where the cap isn't there anymore, like a cold front or a dry line or an outflow boundary or something like that, then basically it's kind of like having a bottle with a cap on it with soda or something in it and shaking it up and then kind of taking it off at once. So the cap being there doesn't always mean it's not always bad if you're looking for severe weather, for example. If you're a storm chaser, sometimes the cap is necessary to allow the proper parameters to build up before the storms form. So that could be what's happening over here in Kansas. We've had a long day of sunshine, and instability has been kind of rising over here, and now the dry line's moving in, and we're going to see those storms kind of really pop off and probably in an explosive manner at some point here over the next couple of hours. Storm moving into Altus, Oklahoma, continues to look like a hailer. Not seeing much in the way of rotation on that one. All of the storms, once again, in Nebraska are rotating to some extent, but none of them very intensely. This one, the one that just went by Kilgore, Nebraska, that's now moving, now moving into South Dakota, from what I can tell, is probably the biggest rotator that we have right now, at least in that little group of storms. So it's good that we're not seeing anything more intense than that right now. But once again, the sun's just now setting, and the ingredients are just now coming together for these storms to even be able to produce tornadoes. And by the way, this is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl's view of the storm there near Wood Lake. And he's just got a beautiful view of the backside of that storm. Big time cumulonimbus cloud there. You can see that that's a healthy storm. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. And you can see that it's starting to interact with the low-level jet. You can see how it's kind of getting sculpted by the winds there as they blow by. And he looks like he's probably to the west, southwest of the storm, approaching it on Highway 83 there. That storm looks like a wedding cake. It does. Oh, man, what a good idea for a wedding cake. Somebody should do that and send me a picture. If you are just now tuning in, first of all, thanks for joining us. We are awaiting more storms to form here. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We've been covering them extensively. We expect the tornado warnings to start rolling out within the next couple of hours. And while we wait on that and while we prepare for that, I would like to ask you guys just this once to please share the stream if you haven't already.
Hey, Ryan.
Here we go, Ryan.
And this cell's looking very, very impressive. This is one of the most... beautiful supercells I've ever seen in a while. Getting very organized. Looks like it's forming an inflow tail on this thing, and it is just churning over the sandhills.
Ryan, I agree. It's a beautiful storm. I've got a question, though. If it was a wedding cake, what flavor would it be? You guys have got me thinking about wedding cakes now. By the way, this right here is the storm that Ryan's on. He's probably so confused. He's like, what are you talking about? Hey, David, thank you so much for that. Everybody say thank you to David. That's huge. Ryan, I've watched you so many hours over the past year. You are incredible, and I just appreciate you. Best in the business. Keep up the great work, keeping us all safe. David, thank you so much. You guys are so nice. You guys are incredibly nice. Thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that, but obviously I appreciate it. Thank you so much, David. Ryan is still thinking like, what is he talking about? A wedding cake? Blue Steel, Sugar-Free Red Bull Fund. Oh yeah, we'll be digging into them tonight. Well, probably one. Don't want to get too crazy, you know. I believe that tornado watch just came out that we were waiting for. I'm going to show you that, and then I'm going to finish my spiel about liking and sharing the stream. Maybe I'm just seeing things. I don't know if that came out or not. But We do have a couple of tornado watches out. This is one, the one that we have in Texas, and it's really, you know, a lot of the storms that have been responsible for this are now moving out of that watch area. Vernon, Frederick, Altus, you guys were included in that. A couple tornadoes, apple-sized hail. And then we've actually got a severe thunderstorm watch up here in Nebraska. But I expect that a lot of especially these storms down here, I think that those are going to be included in a new tornado watch if they keep unzipping down this way, if we see new cells forming this way. And then this is definitely going to be a tornado watch that gets issued here for Dodge City up through Hayes. Ryan still hasn't responded. Okay, yeah. So, anyways, if you're just now tuning in, we appreciate you for being here, obviously. And if you think we're doing a good job, if you think this could be a valuable resource for people, please consider sharing the live stream out there, social media, whatever you've got, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, whatever it is. And if you don't have any of that stuff, then just like the stream here, hit the like button like you would for a video or something like that. And the YouTube algorithm should get this information out to the people who need it, that are just browsing YouTube right now and don't even know that some quarter-sized hail and trampoline moving winds are about to be moving into the Altus and Friendship area of Oklahoma. Yeah, no, North Carolina is not under a tornado watch. For anybody who was concerned about that. Oh, look at this. We got a blip on the radar popping up here by the weather house. You know I'm going to have to go look at it. Give me just a second. All right, so this is a live look outside of the weather house right now. There's that bigger storm that's prompting the severe thunderstorm warning for Matheny, West Virginia. We can still see the top of it there. But if I go over to the left a little bit and zoom out a little bit, we should see that other storm forming. And yeah, you can see it a little bit there. So we've got storms forming around the weather house today. Thankfully, we shouldn't lose connection. We shouldn't lose power today, thanks to a nice company called ISP Tech. John over there, ISP Tech, has hooked us up with a bonding router that combines Starlink satellite internet, AT&T, and Verizon wireless cellular data, and our symmetrical 1 gigabyte fiber connection here with failover protection and everything. So, theoretically, I should be able to go yank the internet cable out of the wall over there and we stay live. So that's good. And then we've also got everything on battery backups now. So what happened the other day when we lost the connection shouldn't happen again unless there's some major thing that goes wrong. Yeah, ISP Tech, ISPTEK. They hooked it up. Will the storms come up into Oklahoma? Yeah. Well, right now we've already got one storm in Oklahoma. I don't know how long it's going to last. It doesn't look too healthy right now. Let's take a look at some stuff, shall we? Give me just a second here. I'm going to pull up the stuff that we're going to look at. This is the SPC Meso analysis page. We do have quite a bit of storm fuel out here, about 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE or storm fuel available for the storm. One of the things that we also have is decent mid-level lapse rates. And so there's not a lot stopping this storm from going right now. I think that the farther north and east it goes, if it can maintain itself, eventually it's probably going to try to breathe some new life into itself, and it's going to enter a pretty favorable area for that, would support supercells. Let me look at some of these. Yeah, it's just about there. If it can hang together a little while longer and come a little bit farther up into Oklahoma here, there's nothing stopping it from becoming a pretty powerful supercell. So that's why I've been kind of watching it so closely. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one goes past Altus all the way over to Roosevelt, Cooperton, and Hobart, Oklahoma. Okay, this has got a history of producing close to 2-inch in diameter hail, and it's going to continue to do so as it goes up into Hobart.
Hey Ryan, just more information for you on the environment in Oklahoma. I actually just dropped a sounding from Oklahoma University in stream text, and it unfortunately looks like a classic cap bust sounding. So what a cap bust is, for those of you who may not know, is that's when there's just too strong of a cap on the environment for storms to form and continue to exist.
Yeah, and by the way, the guy that was asking about a cap, this is what it looks like on a sounding. Here's the surface. Okay, 70 degrees there. You go up a little bit, and in this part of the world down here close to the surface, it's just commonly known that temperature decreases with height, right? Like that's just what happens. All right, it actually changes a little bit once you get to the stratus, like once you get past our level. But anytime you see the temperature rapidly increase above you, that is what we call a cap, and that keeps the warm, moist air at the surface from being able to properly lift up into the atmosphere there. Now, this is over there towards Oklahoma City. This is not necessarily in our highest risk area today, and this is a very conditional setup. And I do believe that, the potential for a cap was very well forecast here. So I don't know what this means for specifically our storm down near Altus, or storms that may pop up farther to the north and west of Oklahoma City. But this is definitely 100% for the Oklahoma City area, specifically what a cap looks like. Still lots of instability out there. The hodograph here, winds are turning with height. So the environment is favorable for supercells, except for the fact that we've got that big warm layer above us. That warm, dry air was picked up over portions of Mexico, Arizona, New Mexico, at a higher elevation, and just kind of stayed there as it moves east over lower terrain, and it's just kind of blocking the storms, which is a very, very common thing in the plains. It's storm systems like this always have to deal with that kind of phenomenon there most of the time. Checking back in on the Nebraska storms. The one that went past Kilgore is still rotating. However, it's not enough to bring about a tornado warning just yet. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for you there in Valentine, Nebraska. The 1.5-inch in diameter hail is possible. So make sure you guys are ready for that. More storms are likely going to be forming here soon, farther down into Nebraska, and also up here into the nose of the warm part of this system that's kind of wrapping up around the low here near Rapid City. So we're going to be watching all those very closely. Remember, up here in Kansas, a lot of our storm chasers are in this area, right around Dodge City and Pratt and Greensburg. Most of the storm chasers actually are in that area, and the reason for that is because, I mean, this part of the storm system kind of has the best opportunity to produce tornadoes if storms form and they remain discrete and they get really strong. So right now, none of those storms exist yet. We're waiting on that cap bust. We're waiting on we're waiting on the cap to burst, essentially, or a storm to burst the cap, or the cap to erode. One of those things is going to happen here over the next couple of hours, and we'll see what the results of that look like in and around west central Kansas. And when I say we'll see it, I literally mean that, because there's a million storm chasers over there. Severe thunderstorm warnings breaking out across northern Kentucky. Dry Ridge, inch in diameter hail. Williamstown, 60-mile-per-hour winds. LaGrange, man, wow, a nearly stationary storm has just parked itself over you. I wonder if our buddies over at Virtual RAILFAN have got the camera rolling. Don't look like it. Power might be off. I don't know. But I would like to see that, because I would say there's some street flooding going on in LaGrange, and if that continues for much longer, we might have to worry about flash flooding. We've got another big flare-up of convection happening back here right over the river. That's going to work over LaGrange and probably dump a very quick inch of rain on top of whatever we've got right now. Radar estimates are about three inches in a very, very short period of time. So if you get 4 or 5 in a situation like that, that could lead to a pretty serious flooding situation. Be ready for that there in LaGrange. Where's that headed in Kentucky? Honestly, it's not really headed anywhere. It's not moving much. You see here, this is the last, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. It hasn't really moved. The one that's formed over here near Dry Ridge is not moving very quickly either. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Wakefield, Waverly, and Dendron in Virginia. Strong winds, some hail is possible over the next little bit. That's going to try to go towards Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach, you guys are going to get a decent storm here in a little bit. Look at the beautiful sunset from our storm chasers there. We got Chris Hall. Chris Hall's out today. He's driven over 12,000 miles this year to deliver these pictures to us. And this is a stunning one. But notice how there's not a lot of clouds in the sky. Sometimes you drive thousands of miles as a storm chaser to look at a blue sky. It happens. I don't think it's where he is. I don't think that's going to stay that way for long. But he's not going to see much. It's going to be dark. Yeah, there's a gorgeous, beautiful view from Chris and Steven there. It looks like Jackson's going the other way. Oh, so the LaGrange camera is up. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep, just as I expected. through my expert analysis, there is some heavy rain happening in LaGrange. And this kind of rain, you get this for a couple hours straight, and it really does cause some problems. Now, from this view, I don't see any street flooding ongoing right now, but I don't know if there's any creeks, culverts, or streams in this area. They are getting close right now to overflowing. And it looks like there's going to be enough rain coming in the near future to kind of push a lot of those reservoirs beyond their limits. So I don't know, if I lived in a flood-prone area somewhere in really close to LaGrange, Kentucky, I would be watching all of those waterways very, very closely, because I don't know. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a storm like this cause big problems in terms of flooding. All right, who was that? Somebody talk to me. Chris Hall. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we are in Greensburg, Kansas. It's home of where the tornado hit here a couple years back. The EF5 here actually hit the town pretty hard. We're here today. Actually, I'm going to go top back off on gas. Enjoying this suntan here in Greensburg, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to last for long. We've had a really prominent dry line just out to our west that has tried to bulge out, and now it's starting to retract back on itself. So I'd say in the next hour or 2 hours, you're going to start seeing initiation right around Dodge City. So that's what we're looking for right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that even on radar, you can see that feature there. Look at this. It's probably around that where we will see our storms start to initiate. And like he was saying, it was going this way. Here in the past couple of frames, it's kind of veered back a little bit. And as it does that, what's happening here is some air farther from the south and east is kind of moving into it, bringing even more warm, moist air up against the dry air. There's a very sharp gradient here of warm, moist air and slightly cooler, much drier air. So that is kind of the perfect area for a big storm to pop up. I'm surprised one hasn't happened yet, but once we do have that cap in place, and that will erode over time. So we're just watching and waiting. Let me show you satellite. It's trying its best. Like earlier today in Kansas, we just had completely clear skies. But now along that dry line, you can really see there's an unzipping of convection happening. Like it is definitely happening now right as the sun goes down. And also talk about wind shear. Look at the low level clouds here going this way, and then the higher level clouds literally almost going perpendicular to the low level clouds there. So we've got a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and these storms that form here are going to be going right into all that. So we're watching closely. This is that storm we were watching live through the LaGrange camera. Once again, that camera comes to you from virtual RAILFAN.
Hey Ryan, it's Jackson Farley. We are heading south to Buffalo, Oklahoma. We're thinking that a cell is going to fire off the dry line just west of Perryton and then move northeast. So we're going to try to catch that.
Hey, Jackson. Thanks for that. Can you repeat the town that you're going to one more time? I missed it.
Yeah, it's Buffalo, Oklahoma.
All right, so Storm Chaser Jackson Farley is going to go to Buffalo, Oklahoma. Expecting a storm to fire off the dry line here soon. And that makes sense. That's going to be close to the Kansas border. So he's basically in the same area as the vast majority of the rest of our storm chasers up there near Pratt and Greensburg. But he's a little bit farther to the south in Oklahoma. So, yeah, I think that's a good place to be. Lights are green. It's time to talk to meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. I haven't had anything yet to talk about while we wait for this convection to pop up, but there has been an interesting case, at least, of something that could fool you on radar if you look from the North Platte, Nebraska radar, KLNX, at the storm that's just past the state line north of Kilgore, Nebraska. That one has had an area of correlation coefficient lowering that looks right about where you'd want it to be for a debris signature, right? And it's existed for quite some time, and you can also see it from the Rapid City, South Dakota radar. So we've been eyeballing it before this huge hail core showed up that let us know what was actually going on. This is actually just some hail, especially some small melting hail will show up on correlation coefficient like this. And we can use some other radar products to diagnose that, like the differential reflectivity. If it's high, then it means it's small melting hail and it's not debris that's being scattered around. Because this did previously have a supercellular look to it with a hook echo and all of that. So you're like, is this a tornado or not? We have to take some time to analyze it. And I can, in fact, tell you that is almost certainly hail. We did not have a tornado with this. The storm is very high based, just like the ones over in Virginia are today. So very interesting radar case. I was waiting to see if somebody in chat who's following along with us might say, hey, there's a debris signature in South Dakota. But it's actually not, to the best of my ability to tell, and especially true with the latest data that we have, the latest imagery. So just an interesting case to look at, things that I'm watching behind the scenes while we wait.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, guys. That's meteorologist Andy Hill drawing our attention back over here to Nebraska, which, tornado or not, you guys are getting ready to get in on a big storm there in Parmalee, Norris, over here along Highway 63. That is going to bring about potentially even larger than 1.5 inch in diameter hail. And then we've got more storms behind that moving up past Valentine towards Littleburg in South Dakota. Pretty much the same thing, 1.5 inch in diameter hail and some strong winds there. The storms that were popping up to the south of that have kind of let up a little bit, but once again, I do expect more storms to pop up down here and feed into that train of strengthening storms as time goes on. Checking the Dodge City radar every 2 minutes, and so far nothing. We're not seeing any new, kind of activity here, but we don't really expect to, at least not for, if we're not seeing anything over here in 2 hours, then, maybe there's a cause for concern if you're a storm chaser. However, I think that there definitely is going to be some stuff going on here. So the residents of Dodge City up through Hayes and Russell and Norton in Kansas need to be paying attention to the weather because, it's likely that some sort of storm is about to happen here. The Altus, Oklahoma storm has fallen apart for the most part. We'll see what happens as it kind of gets into that more capped environment. Is it going to be able to do anything to that and spark a new storm, or is it just going to completely wither away? We've got front row seats to figure that one out. Back to the storm south and east of Richmond. I just want to keep updating you all because I know we got some people watching from over there. Waverly and Dendron, we still have you under a severe thunderstorm warning. Inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And then the West Virginia storm is still going as well. Inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is a pretty healthy storm. It's crazy how much good storms have been occurring in West Virginia here recently. Obviously, they're no stranger to storms, but, this is a place that we've been kind of focusing on a lot in some of our most recent live streams, which is not common. Big storms still kind of ongoing here and building up in northern Kentucky, south of Dry Ridge. We've got a pretty big storm here that's probably also going to try to cause some flooding problems. If you if we play the animation here, these are slow moving storms. We've already got a storm that's dropped close to 3 inches of rain here in LaGrange, and it's still coming down. This is what it looks like live in LaGrange, Kentucky right now, and sounds like. Bash is back. Guys, the Bash mode there has been a member of this channel forever. I don't remember a stream where he wasn't there, literally. I don't think he's ever missed one. And he's always gifting memberships. So he just gifted 10. Congratulations to the winner, and thank you so much, Bash. Everybody say thank you, Bash. Druid says, hello, doctor. Please diagnose my cloud. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Drip. The models look very favorable for naders up north. Yeah, like the models that look somewhat favorable for tornadoes in a lot of different areas. That's why we've got that giant risk. But not every place is going to, you know, realize the potential there. Yeah, we love Bash. They are awesome. You know I've got to check and see if I can still see that from my camera. Hold on. That is some crazy rain coming down in LaGrange for like non-stop. Gosh, the tower camera that we have does so good in the day, but it's absolutely terrible at night. I mean, you can't really tell much about what's going on there. But we've got some frequent lightning in the distance associated with our storm in West Virginia. 77 degrees here. Beautiful day in Kentucky. It's also a beautiful day in Kansas. I mean, look at the views that our storm chasers are still sending back to us here. Sun is setting, though. So those low-level jet stream winds are kind of starting to ramp up. Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, do that just like you would on a normal YouTube video. It helps get the word out. Once again, things are about to really get busy here. We're going to see a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings and potentially tornado warnings. So we want to make sure we can get that information as quickly to as many people as possible. So feel free to do whatever you can to help us reach more people. Somebody, I can never figure out how to work the chat thing here. Oh, Crisano gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Jenny, thanks for becoming a member. Caden says, how about Southeast Nebraska? Southeast Nebraska, you guys are probably not going to get in on the worst of the storms tonight. You'll get the residual, pretty much the leftovers of whatever ends up popping up in Kansas later. How long does it take for the cap to erode? It takes a different amount of time depending on a lot of different factors. It depends on how steep the cap is, and this one's really steep. And it depends on like what is causing the erosion of the cap, and you know how powerful that is and how much effect it's having. There's a lot of different things that go into it, and there's really no way of knowing exactly how long it will take. That if that weren't the case, like then everybody would know exactly where to go, and we would issue tornado warnings 5 hours ahead of time and all that stuff. That's just not the case. We don't know everything. So the point of these live streams is just to be here to watch the beginning stages of whatever does happen, and then tell you in real time what's going to happen. Okay, 30 minutes from now, an hour from now, instead of talking about 3 hours from now all the time, or tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's called nowcasting. Wow. Marcus, thank you for the 15. Y'all are, once again, y'all are so nice. Beautiful sunset from Jason Cooley there in Crowell, Texas. Sun looks so big on the horizon there. Ghost, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. Yeah, this is a live look at the sunset in Crowell, Texas from storm chaser Jason Cooley. That's twice in recent memory that you've called out LaGrange. Yeah, we've been talking about LaGrange a lot here recently. You guys have been the stars of the show a little bit. Looks like the rain has calmed down quite a bit in LaGrange for right now, but I don't think that that's going to last long. I think another bout of heavy rain is about to move into town. Don't call me Shirley says, thanks for doing what you do. Iowa here and having some 2020 derecho paranoia for tomorrow. Fingers crossed. There's no need for that. There's definitely going to be some big storms, and unfortunately, the damaging winds are going to be a threat. But I don't think you've got anything quite like that to be worried about it. There is a little bit more of a tornado threat, but those don't cover nearly as much area as a derecho, and much better chance of avoiding that kind of situation. So just make sure you stay tuned here, and don't be scared. Be prepared. Know what you're going to do if that warning comes through. You'll be all right. Matthew says, I shared your stream on my weather page of West Virginia Weather Now. Awesome. Awesome. I appreciate it. The sun is bigger in Texas. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, now we've got the tornado watch that we've been waiting on. And did you guys hear that? Did you hear the voice? A new tornado watch. This is what it looks like. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to apple size likely. Scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. Okay, Riley, I don't know if you know how to do the thing to fix the sound, but I'm going to refresh on my end, and if that doesn't work, I don't know what it is that Ryan does to fix it, but I think we need it done. Maybe we can try to get a hold of him. Oh, there we go. I heard that one. Okay, we should be good. But yeah, new tornado watch there. This goes all the way out until 3 a.m. Central. So there's a long time for this to become a thing. Yeah, I know you didn't hear that one, but you will hear the next one, I promise. I got it all fixed up. Lucky Three Crows, thank you. Quick, Ryan, you have to be done by midnight. I don't think that's going to be the case tonight. Unless something happens and we sit here and by midnight there are no tornadic supercells, I think we're going to be here for a little while after midnight. And I hope that that happens, man. I would love nothing more than to just sit here and, you know, kind of just wait for storms with you guys and goof off and have fun and then, you know, go to bed at midnight. That sounds nice, actually, but I don't think that that's going to be the case. I mean, it would be quite the surprise if nothing happened along the dry line here in Kansas. So we can hope for the best. Yeah, tonight, our storm chasers, for the most part, are chasing epic sunsets. So far. So the regular severe thunderstorm warnings that pop up, you won't hear those. I will let you know the next time you should hear something. So far, nothing else audible has come through. Here's a picture coming in from Twitter from Chaotic of quarter-sized hail. That's from LaGrange, Kentucky. Got some quarter-sized hail there and a lot of rain in a short period of time. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning that was oh, never mind. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning for LaGrange. The second heavy burst of rain is about to come through right now. Hopefully that's the last one. Dry Ridge, same thing for you guys. Hopefully you don't have to deal with that much more. Storm over here to my east is continuing to grow a little bit. We've got somewhat of a view of it here through our weather camera, but there's the lightning. But I don't know. I got to get a better nighttime camera or something. Storm over here in West Virginia is still producing 1.25 inch hail and trampoline moving wind gusts, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Will take it right away from you if you don't go tie it down right now down there in Lamar, Crumpler, Covell, Arista, Basin. You got time before it gets to you. Severe thunderstorm warning over here in Virginia is about to be allowed to expire. This is just rain at this point. There's not a lot of severe weather at all going on over here. Just some lightning, some thunder, some general garden variety thunderstorms. Astro is tuned in. Thank you for watching, Astro. Can you turn night mode off on the camera? I think you can. I can attempt that right now. The problem is it still is terrible. It's still terrible. But I will attempt that right now. And you guys saw it in the day. Like, it's a beautiful, like it's a great camera. Okay, scene, day, day-night switch, day. I'm not seeing a difference. Day. Yeah, so I mean, that's what the infrared turned off. You see what I'm saying? You can see the lightning very well on that storm. But for some reason, everything just goes out of focus. It's all blurry. Which, and to be fair, there are a lot of settings on here that I don't know anything about, so I could be missing something. But it's automatic, so like every night it automatically goes to that mode. Yeah, that does look better. I agree. Read the instruction manual. You think I ain't tried that? Come on now. If you're just now tuning in, we are waiting for some bigger storms to pop up over here in Kansas, Nebraska, a little bit of Oklahoma and Texas. We've had several big storms. Don't get me wrong. But we haven't had anything quite as significant as what we're expecting yet. We had a lot of hail and some wind reports coming out of Texas and Oklahoma earlier. The storm that caused that is slowly but surely weakening out as it enters a more capped environment. It's not able to, there's not enough moisture high enough in the air to support it. However, every other parameter in the atmosphere over here in Oklahoma is highly supportive of supercells. So we'll see if that piece of energy, if it continues to work on the environment, and like as we go into the evenings, things start to cool down, the lower level jet starts to increase. We'll see if these storms can't become a little bit more mature once they get farther up to the north and east. We're watching them. We're watching the dry line.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. You have a copy?
In Kansas as well, and we're watching all of these storms in Nebraska, which continue to promote severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're also rotating. I mean, more than any of our other storms right now, they are rotating. So we've got to watch for potentially our first tornado warning of the evening to come from maybe one of these storms up in Nebraska and South Dakota. All right, Chris is reaching out to me. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, we're sitting here looking at the dry line. I have my stream sort of zoomed into it. If you want to see how much spin is in the atmosphere right now, just look at these little CU fields out in front of this dry line, just these clouds. You can see just the spin just in those clouds alone. So if a storm, that's what we're worried about. If a storm does pop out in front of this, it's going to spin right off the bat, even if it's just a little rain shower or so.
That's Storm Chaser Chris Hall. I believe we've got him up now. Yeah, there we go. Giving us a view of the dry line. Moving up towards his location. Lots of spin in the atmosphere out in front of that thing. Lots of favorable parameters to support tornadoes out in front of that thing. So we're expecting storms to pop up here, but we're hoping that they don't, for the most part. The sun is setting. There's a look at that dry line. You can see that it's really starting to pop off right at the last couple of images there. The storms in southwest Kansas are probably going to be the ones to watch mostly. Remember, the whole storm system is moving, so the favorable storm fuel and the wind shear and everything is moving east. So the storms have to kind of form along the dry line and then figure out a way to get ahead of it a little bit in order to really take advantage of what's going on out here. Thunder AC says, why are there no tornadoes in the morning hours? There are. There's plenty of tornadoes in the morning hours. I don't know what brought that question on, but normally we're tracking them in the evening. That's true. A lot of times storms form in the afternoon and become mature in the evening and produce tornadoes, not in the morning, but they definitely happen in the morning. There's no time of day where they are, not going to happen. Chris has got an amazing view here, or that's Bob. Bob Pack has an amazing view there of one of the storms down there in Texas, near rural Texas. Notice the rotation, the inflow on this storm that just crossed into South Dakota. Nothing crazy yet, but definitely something to watch. We got to watch this one too, as it's pretty discreet. Do they happen less in the morning because it's cooler? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes that can be why, there's not a tornado in the morning. The lights are orange, so Elijah's got something for us. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so it's been there's not been a ton of, action happening with the storms today, but we actually do have quite a lot of storm reports. We're actually up to 82 storm reports, 27 of those being hail and 55 of those being wind. Now, none of those meet the criteria that the Storm Prediction Center has for significant reports. For hail, that involves 2 inches or greater, and for wind that's 75 miles per hour or greater. There are a few damage reports. A couple of trees are knocked down from thunderstorm wind damage in Chesterfield County, Virginia. And this is actually kind of surprising. In Delaware, a small single engine aircraft that was parked next to a hangar was actually turned 90 degrees by some of the strong wind over there in Newcastle County, Delaware. So I will keep you informed if we have any more reports, but so far there is nothing really significant.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. Keeping an eye on everything behind the scenes as far as news and just, interesting things that happen. He's doing a great job keeping us updated on that. And so far, everything's been pretty tame. It's definitely been a severe weather day, as he said, like 80 or so reports from a very large area. We've got stuff happening in West Virginia and Texas and Nebraska and South Dakota. I mean, literally, it's all over the place. But so far, nothing has been crazy, which is a good thing. However, we expect that to change. That's why I'm here. Okay, I don't. You guys have noticed, if you've been following for a while, I don't go live and live storm stream, whatever you want to call it, every single time there is a storm. We only go live whenever there's a significant potential for, big time severe weather. And a lot of times we kind of focus on tornadoes, especially if it's not, hurricane season or if we're not in the middle of winter. Our main focus is trying to be there for the tornadoes. And sometimes on a day like today, the potential is very high right now for tornadoes, but like we're not getting them yet. So kind of what we're doing is just covering some of this other severe weather that's happening as we await some of the more mature supercells that will potentially be popping up later tonight. These storms up here in South Dakota are big. I do want to say that these are got some large hail with them, some damaging winds, and they are rotating more than any of our other storms right now. So Carter, Wood, White River, up towards Oakton, along I-90 there in Nebraska. Sorry, South Dakota. Get ready. 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially some hail are moving right up towards you. If you've got a picture or a video or something like that you want to share with us, the best place to do that is on Twitter or X. Ryan Hall, y'all, is my name on there. Check out all the hail in Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's piled up. Looks like snow. If you cross your eyes a little bit. Is Kansas going to be okay tonight? Yeah, Kansas is going to be fine tonight. Even if there is some tornadoes, Kansas has been through tornadoes before. You're built for this. However, it is one of those nights where we don't know for sure if the tornadoes are going to happen or where. We are just waiting. We know that we know that they can happen. All the ingredients are there. So we're here for when they do start to occur. A tornado watch is in effect right now for western Kansas, even though we don't have any storms out there. We're just expecting them to pop up soon. There is an enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow. We will be right back here with you tomorrow unless something major changes. Tomorrow will be a lot different. I think we won't be waiting. The storms are definitely going to be there. So we're just going to have to come on here whenever they become tornadic or whenever they become the strongest that they're going to be. Like today, the storms, might have popped up an hour ago. They could pop up an hour from now. We really don't know. Tomorrow won't be like that. They're definitely going to be like in a line and forming in an area. Probably long before we go live. The lights are green, so Andy wants to talk to us. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm looking at the storm that is to the north and east of Valentine, Nebraska, right across the state line into South Dakota, so east of Olsonville is what I can see. This one has a strong mesocyclone on it. It's persisted for a couple minutes now as the forward flank of the supercell to the south of it kind of interacts and pushes some of that velocity up into that inflow especially. So this is a strong enough signature despite it being about 6,900 feet above the surface to where it could be tornado warned due to this being far away enough from any radar. We could see a preventative tornado warning for eastern Todd County going up a little bit to the northwest as this storm's motion. So it could include Mission, South Dakota, if they do issue a tornado warning. Until then, or if it doesn't happen, y'all watch out for the storm. Still got some significant hail with it for sure.
All right, guys, meteorologist Andy Hill bringing our attention up here to right past the border of South Dakota. If you're going up from Nebraska, the storm is rotating. It's moving to the north towards Carter, essentially. So everybody up here, there's not a warning yet, but y'all should watch out. Highway 18 between Mission and Carter is where the storm's going to end up going. And you can see here on velocity, this is what we are concerned about. You can see some rotation there. And we are quite far away from the radar, so it's not right next to the ground. But this is, as Andy said, that's a strong enough signature to at least pay attention to it and be wary of it. Got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I'm going to go check back into the one in West Virginia, which there's a big warning for that now that goes all the way down to Greatfield, Virginia. Inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I would say that this storm just to the east of my house here in eastern Pike County, Kentucky, is probably also about to get some sort of warning, as it looks like that's about to produce some hail. And the storms over here in Virginia, once again, are dying out completely. It doesn't seem like there's going to be much of anything else happen here in the near future. So no severe warnings over there. Going to be watching our storm in South Dakota now very closely to see if they issue a warning for that. Shane Morris says, "Is that Oprah Winfrey?" No, it's Ryan Hall, the Oprah Winfrey of weather. Every stream. Oh my gosh. All right. So hold on. I think I might have figured out something about my camera. Hold on. Adjust the darkness. What? Hold on. I got to figure this out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can do that right now. I don't know where to even start with that. So we're just going to have to deal with this image quality tonight. Because I feel like there's going to be a ton of storms flying around the weather house here. We might as well take a look at. But for some reason, it looks like this at night. That's the storm right there. That's in the main eastern tip of Kentucky. We're really focused on these up here in Nebraska, though. Andy, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, good news is that circulation's definitely fallen apart and is getting interrupted by storms to the south of it. Again, I only mentioned it because we're kind of right in that sweet spot along the warm front where there just might be enough moisture to where once the storms start to modify the environment, there could be a slight tornado threat associated with it. The National Weather Service did not even issue a tornado possible tag with it, which I agree with them after seeing the most recent data. That circulation is definitely much more broad now and is not looking like it's going to produce a tornado. But one other thing that I found interesting is I was looking at some climatological data actually sent in, and the daily report for today in Dulles Airport, which is west of Washington D.C., they had a hailstorm go right over them. There was so much hail on the ground that it recorded a trace snowfall with a max temp of 85 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's really funny when that happens. Enough hail falls to where the automated station there is like, oh, actually it snowed a little bit here today, but it was 85 degrees out, so you decide.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. So we were just talking about that one picture somebody sent me. I can't remember your name, but it looked like snow. Well, there you go. We've got a lot of hail going on today. And also, just to reiterate, just to bring back up what Andy was talking about with the severe thunderstorm warning there, the storm that we were looking at earlier with the rotation now has a warning on it, but it's not a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. So just get ready for some strong winds and maybe some quarter-size hail, maybe a little bit larger than that. And we're going to continue to watch it as it goes off to the north, but in the immediate future, it doesn't look like too much of a tornado threat. Meteorologist Andy Hill will be, kind of tuning in multiple times through the broadcast here to point us in a direction that maybe we're not looking at right now to make sure we don't miss anything. So we're glad to have him here. Right now, the only warnings that we have is South Dakota and West Virginia. But this storm that Bob Pack is showing us is a beautiful one there in Texas. Not severe warned at all. It's actually just a little bit of a lightning producer. It's not doing too much, but it's once again a beautiful sunset storm over there in Texas. Audio. Oh, is my mic... Okay, my mic is... I don't know what's up with my mic. When we started the broadcast, it was really loud, and now it's not. It does that sometimes. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so just a really quick thing here. The National Weather Service has finally issued a flash flood warning for LaGrange, Kentucky.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So we were watching that seemingly endless downpour earlier, and now we've officially got a warning on that. So hold on, give me just a second, y'all. I'm trying to figure out something on my microphone here. Audio. Okay, I think that might be a little bit better. Oh, was it? Is it too loud now? What's funny is the volume meter here is almost never in line with what you guys say. So I can't just look at my audio levels and assume that it's doing good, you know. This is a live look at a big storm over there near rural Texas from Bob Pack. Lots of lightning with it. Zach Hall's out there too. It's been a while since we've worked with Zach Hall. Redbeard sent me this awesome video of the storm that went through Owenton, Kentucky. It's a hyperlapse. You see, this is what I want to do with my tower camera, but it's not quite giving me that kind of imagery. Thank you for sending that in. Audio. I know there's some issues with the microphone. I'm sorry. The buzzing, I don't know where that comes from. I don't think there's a way that I can stop it right now. It's something that we'll have to work on. We've got, honestly, I'm not even kidding. We've got about 50 miles of cable that are involved in this, and there's probably something wrong with one of them. So we'll fix that. I promise. Speaking of cable, that's what I've been doing the past couple of days. Running lots of cables. We got that bonding router in from our friends over at ISP Tech. So we've got hopefully foolproof, failure-proof internet, bonding all of our different connections together, cellular, satellite, and fiber. And then I also unplugged everything, reran all the cables to battery backups, which, believe it or not, we hadn't already done that. So, you know, I'm pretty confident now in our ability to stay online. But it was a lot of work. There's a heck of a lot of stuff on this desk. And I forgot about that until I started messing with it. The lift is really just now starting to hit the dry line. We're watching every single little bloop that pops up on the radar. So as soon as something is looking a little bit more convincing than anything we've seen so far, I promise we will let you know about it. I think that the storm that we're looking at through Bob's stream here is way down here in Texas. It's just a little thing. It's not severe or anything like that.
Hey Ryan, I'm calling it right now. That tiny blip near Plains, Kansas is going to be the storm of the day.
Tiny blip. This one?
Yeah, that's going to be the storm of the day.
Okay, I'm tagging it. That needs to be a feature. Radar developers, implement this. We need to be able to like highlight a storm or a piece of convection, whatever you use to like indicate where a storm is with the storm tracks. We need to be able to highlight that and tag it and track it. And like, you know, 5 hours from now, we need to be able to see where this is. You know what I mean? That would be cool. Without having to just keep up with it, because I'm assuming there's going to be other storms and we're going to get distracted. Bash, thanks for being a member for 28 months. Once again, guys, she has been around here forever. Ghost, thank you. Says more than happy to become an official sponsor. I love what you do for the community. Best wishes from Melbourne, Australia. Thanks for watching. I don't know how you stand it down there, upside down all the time. But we're glad to have you here. Yeah, Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer, is not sniffing tonight. He's got a clogged up nose. So he's skipping the chase this evening, and he's going to go out there tomorrow. Allergies, you know. We need a plotting room. Yeah, we need to manually do it. I could do that too. We could make that work. NASCAR has been around here for 21 months. Angela's been here for a while. Is Tennessee involved in this? Not really. Not really. How long until everything blows up? That is the question that everybody wants to know the answer to, but nobody truly knows. We are expecting things to happen here very soon. Some of us are surprised that nothing has happened yet. Some of us are expecting things to happen between now and an hour from now. But once again, we are here just in case. Not because we know for sure that any sort of like major tornado outbreak is going to happen. It could. Not even an outbreak, just a, you know, one or two of these supercells, if they pop up, are going to have a real potential. Riley's Blip is looking pretty good on satellite. Dryline's here. This right here is kind of what we're watching. It's definitely going to have to explode bigger and faster than that. But that's definitely something to keep an eye on there. There's another blip. Watching it closely. Literally. Alan says, "Hey Ryan, I'm a firefighter with the Garrison Fire Department here in Iowa, and I would be more than happy I would be happy to stream our spotting to you if we come across something good." Alan, that is a great idea. I don't know how you would get that to me, but we need to work that out with fire. I know there's a ton of fire departments and police departments that watch, and I mean, if you guys are going to be out there anyways, it would be cool to interact with you and help you stay safe, and then you could help us, you know, tell the story of what's going on out there. That's cool. It's something to think about. If you're just now tuning in, we are zoomed in now on a massive sprinkle producer in Kansas. We've got at least 47 raindrops hitting the ground with this thing just to the east of Highway 54. But this is in my opinion, probably the beginning stages of what will become a larger storm. So we're monitoring it. Trent says, just throwing it out there, with the right programmer, we could do an overlay alert system based on the color, and it would not be that hard to plot and tune. Just have to have the parameters set well. Well, Trent, this sounds like the job for you. Let's do it. Matt, I used to live in LaGrange, Kentucky, and now Pennsylvania. The weather's boring in Pennsylvania. Sometimes not in the winter. Sometimes it's pretty fun over there. Moose, thanks for the 5 gifted. Mike Collier, before things really fire up, how high or low can a cap be in at the atmosphere? How high or low can a cap be in at the atmosphere? If you're talking about elevation, areas of increased warmth above an area of cooler temperatures, that can happen at almost any level. But usually, when they happen a little bit closer to the surface, it's a bigger problem for us, because it's the warm air at the surface has to rise in order to make our storm happen. And if there's something just above the surface keeping that from happening, our storms don't happen. Chris, just checking in. Do you got eyes on this sprinkle shower or what?
Believe it or not, Ryan, we're in the plains, but it's dark. But it is just 2 hours southwest. It's going to be over right in front of us. Me and a couple of the other chasers here were laughing about it. It ain't funny, but if you look at that little blip up close and personal, it's not showing anything on velocity, but look at the shape of the blip is all I'm going to say.
Yep, it does resemble a supercell in its current form. We've got honestly a really impressive sprinkle shower here on radar. One for the ages. And I think Riley, I think your blip has literally disappeared. So, yeah, it's gone.
They're both my blips in my heart.
I tagged it. It's gone. New blip. Who it is? Right there it is. If you are just now tuning in, we are having a good time here covering some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that are going on right now and waiting for the bigger storms to pop up. There's not anything pressing to cover right now, so we are literally watching this sprinkle rain shower, as this is potentially what's going to become a much larger storm in the near future that might produce some hail, some wind, and maybe even a tornado somewhere in Kansas. Literally, we might have found the initial stages of our storm here. Or it could just disappear like Riley's blip. Real quick, though, let's check in on our storms in South Dakota. We still got a lot of storms up here. Severe thunderstorm warning for white areas just west of White River for inch in diameter hail. Same thing for you guys over in Wood, South Dakota. Man, we still got a severe thunderstorm warning way over here in West Virginia and Virginia. That storm looks like it's dying. The storm that's coming out of Pike County now, moving in towards Grundy, Virginia, is a little bit stronger. I wouldn't be surprised to see some pea-sized hail with that moving into Hurley and Stacy here within the next little bit. That's it. That's all that's happening right now. The leftovers from the big storm in LaGrange is still producing some lightning and some heavy rain, but it's dying out as well. And there's that flash flood warning for LaGrange. Almost goes down to Park Lake and Crestwood as well. Water is probably still rising in some places due to runoff, but it'll start quickly receding here soon as the rain has stopped. If we switch over to satellite, our blip is a little bit more impressive. It's definitely taken up some room in the sky here. So don't judge a storm by its radar presentation, especially in its infancy stages. Once again, lots of storm chasers out there tonight. Thousands of storm chasers have collectively traveled hundreds of thousands of miles, if you add it all together, to be here tonight for this sprinkle. And we're all watching it on the edge of our seats. The most famous sprinkle shower that's ever existed, right? This one right here. Jared, no naders yet. We're still waiting on
Hey, Ryan,
those.
it's Chris. No, all jokes aside, our surface winds here have actually started to pick back up over the past 10, 15 minutes. They did die down there for quite a little while, and it actually got a little bit cool. It's actually trying to warm back up, and like I said, the surface winds are starting to pick back up here. So,
all right. So Chris is, very close to this. So he's letting us know what's going on. You guys are hilarious. J.I., thank you. Vincent, thank you. His blip recycled. Oh, did it? No, it didn't. It's still gone. This one's really picking up steam. I see some maybe light rain starting to fill in right here south of County Road 9. Okay. All right. Lots of people tuning in from LaGrange. I hope everybody's doing all right there with the flooding. I do believe the rain is over. I'm going through my notifications over on X. Thank you guys for sending in stuff. You gotta, yeah. I gotta stop with the we don't want to provoke the blip, so I'm gonna stop making fun of it. You're right. You're right, chat. You're right. What reflectivity gate do you use? Let me look. Ugh. 7 to 85. Michael Joyce has been a member for 30 months. Thanks for being here. It says, we want coverage like this more often of these types of storms. It's not, I mean, it's not every day that you get the opportunity to cover a blip like this. So it's, we can't do it all the time. Is it safe to go to bed? Yeah, of course. I would never advise anyone to stay up all night obsessing over the weather. That's not healthy. You can go to sleep if you want to. Just know that, if you're anywhere in the risk areas today, and I'll show you that map again, if I can find it. If you're anywhere in the yellow or orange areas especially, you have a pretty significant chance of some severe weather tonight, the orange area especially. So you need to have some way of being woke up if there's a warning, especially a tornado warning or a flash flood warning or something like that. So make sure you got your phone alerts turned on. If you've got a friend that works the night shift that pays attention to my stream or like watches the radar or whatever, tell them to call you if they see something coming towards you. Or if you have one, the NOAA weather radio would be really nice to have in a situation like this. You just plug that bad boy in, put batteries in it, turn it on, and it just works. 99% of the time it's going to work, even if you've lost power, even if you don't have cell service, and it is loud like a smoke detector, and it'll wake you up if there is a tornado warning. Highly recommend the NOAA weather radio, and that goes for everybody watching that is even outside of the risk area tonight. You should get one before the next storm. You can get them at Walmart, Target, Walgreens. But of course, you can get them on my website too. You don't have to get them from me. But shopryanhall.com, we've got them, and we're shipping them out every day. You guys are, I don't know this for sure, but I think we probably sell more weather radios than anybody else. I don't think it's a very popular thing. But, man, we are slinging them out of the garage here at the Weather House out of good old Pikeville, Kentucky. You guys are helping rural Kentucky keep jobs. So that's awesome of you. We appreciate you. Once again, shopryanhall.com if you want to get that. Rural Kentuckians. We need the jobs around here. Lights are orange. So we've got something from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I'm just kind of doing a little message here for people because it's been roughly 40 minutes since the last time I kind of brought up some of the storm reports. So we are up to a whopping 85 reports now. That's right, we've only had 3 storm reports in the last 40 minutes across the country. All of those happen to be wind reports. So we're currently up to 30 wind reports and 55 hail reports. These wind reports came from the South Dakota storms that are currently ongoing. A couple of trees were blown down. But there is still absolutely nothing going on storm reports besides, obviously, the blip.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So we are.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. You got a copy?
That's Chris. We'll talk to him here in a second. We are on the brink of potentially seeing our storms really popping off here along the dry line in Kansas. We do have other storms going on, but that activity is calming down for the most part. So we're literally right now, like the most important thing that like we could be focusing on is this little blip. So we're doing that. And the voice that you just heard was Storm Chaser Chris Hall, who is actually out there like right next to the blip in real life. So we're going to talk to him. But real quick, Riley, your blip did recycle. This is the one that he called out. Right there it is again, near Montezuma. So, Riley, you're still in the. I've got this one marked in my mind. I'm never going to lose sight of that one. You're still in it. This could be the storm right here. Okay, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey Ryan, our little blip is up to 25,000 feet. But off topic, if you switch over to Goodland radar and look at our storms from the Goodland radar, it actually looks like there may be 2 or 3 storms that are actually trying, but they're just not being shown off the Dodge City radar. So actually, I think we're about to move a little bit north.
Okay, that's Chris Hall. And yeah, if you go farther away, you're looking higher into the atmosphere, you can see more of what's going on here. You can see that very well on the satellite imagery. So I'll show you guys that once again. Our blips are being kind of they're being driven by these larger cloud features here that have kind of sprung off of the dry line in southwestern Kansas. They are not exploding, like we would expect that they would, but it's still, they're very, very, this is the beginning of their lives. Like if you're talking about the lifespan of a storm, this is the extreme beginning stages. We normally don't hyperanalyze the first couple of minutes of an updraft, but here we are. We're doing it right now, and yeah. So the clouds are getting quite large, and they are. I do think that this is eventually going to become a storm, and so is the blip that Riley was talking about up here. And everybody, if you're just now tuning in, I know it's probably confusing. We keep saying blip. We're just talking about these small showers that you can see on radar here, that are likely going to become larger storms in the near future. Okay, that's what we're covering. That's what we're talking about. So. There you go. And we're going to be here for quite some time. And unless, once again, if 2 hours from now, nothing has come of our blips and severe weather situation is, not increasing in Nebraska, South Dakota, Oklahoma, or Texas, or anywhere else, we might call it an evening. But we're pretty certain that something's going to happen here with these storms. As they are slowly but surely getting their act together. That would be the best case scenario, as if, nothing really started to pop off here. Stickboy26 says, it might just be a blip, but I remember on December 10th, 2021, watching a blip near Benton, Arkansas grow into one of the most notorious supercells of all time. I'm just saying. Yep, that and that's exactly why we're watching the blip. Like we're joking around about it. We're goofing a little bit because, I mean, how many times have you watched the weather and they're tracking a blip? But like, the future of what this could become is why we're here tonight. So we've just got a really, really big heads up here and we've got ahead of these storms big time by zooming in on the street level, tracking the clouds as they cross Highway 54 here. All storms start off as blips. Ooh. Guys, I got to get something to drink. I'll be right back. Divinity says, yellow pixel? Well, that escalated quickly. If you're just now tuning in, we are honing in on some convection that's trying to fire off of the dry line here in Kansas. Tornado watch has been put into place for this area here, specifically for the storms that will fire in that area and then move up past Dodge City over towards Hayes. We've also got a severe thunderstorm watch a little bit farther to the north, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in South Dakota. And in fact, this storm, the one that we've kind of talked about intermittently here as it's moved past Valentine, Nebraska, now up past Rosebud, it is rotating again. It does look like it is trying to produce a tornado. In fact, the most recent update to the severe thunderstorm warning on that, it has a tornado possible tag on it. So the storm that's coming up between White River and Cedar Butte in South Dakota needs to be watched closely, as it has honestly, by far the most impressive looking mesocyclone on it that we've seen today. So that's also going to have 1.5 inches in diameter hail on it and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So get ready for that. Big hail moving into Wood, South Dakota as well.
Hey Ryan, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the blip has reached 30,000 feet in the air, which is quite impressive if I say so myself.
That is very impressive. Take a look at it one more time here. It's it is that. That's what it is right there. Let's take a look at the satellite again. It's still, I'm just not seeing a lot of anything new happening with it. Okay, there's definitely the dry line is definitely there. I think now, if you look just a little bit farther to the west, there's a much more, I don't know, I guess intense delivery of lift that's coming in, and that's probably going to lead to some storms. So we will watch that as well. But yeah, I'm surprised that these little storms right here, or showers, I should say, haven't grown much more than they have already. But yeah, this right here is a sign that things are really about to take off. You see all that last minute uptick in the reflectivities that we get from our satellite here. So that is definitely our next area that we're going to have to observe. There will be a blip that pops up. Well, it probably won't pop up. It'll kind of expand out from the dry line here. Storms in Texas are, also still not doing much, but they are still surviving. We're going to watch those as they move east towards Wichita Falls and Oklahoma City. Finally, no severe thunderstorm warnings in West Virginia or Virginia for the first time of the stream. All of these little storms over here in the mountains are also slowly but surely fading away. The storms that caused the flooding in LaGrange, honestly, these are still going. Like, they're not severe anymore, but they are prolific lightning producers, heavy rain, getting ready to be a treacherous drive along Interstate 64, I believe, between Frankfort and Louisville. Same thing for Interstate 75 between Dry Ridge and Sadieville. These storms are slow movers. They're dropping hail, and they are actually, causing a little bit of flooding. So keep that in mind. Little thunderstorms popping up out here in northeast Kansas over towards east Nebraska. Severe threat with these is pretty minimal, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some hail, lightning, rain, all that good stuff. Oops. Hold on. Push the wrong button there. Still just looking at the satellite versus the radar, and I think that the next place that we're going to be watching is up here towards Garden City. Another train. Yeah, we're watching the virtual RAILFAN cameras here, so we're going to see a lot of trains. Got lightning and thunder north of Kansas City. Yep, nothing severe associated with that right now. Ryder, thanks for becoming a slight risker. What's going on with South Dakota? Right now, we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. One of them's got a tornado possible tag on it, and it has a pretty decent rotation signature on it as well. Now we're not getting a great read on this because we're pretty far away from the radar, but it's certainly rotating. It's certainly a strong storm. And it's got hail, 1.5 inches in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to move into the area just to the west of White River. So there's quite a few strong storms up around Rapid City as well. None of those are currently reaching severe limits, but it's heavy rain, lightning, thunder, the whole 9 yards. What's taking the storms so long? We've got a cap on the atmosphere. There's a lid not allowing them to grow, essentially. So that is going to go away. There's no question about it. Like, eventually, it is going to go away. Now, that how it goes away is going to really determine the mode and the kind of storms that we see form here along the dry line. But we're definitely going to see an uptick in activity here in the next little bit. The blip is growing. Yep, we're keeping a close eye on it. How's it looking for Indianapolis tomorrow? Tomorrow you're fine. Wednesday we might have some storms. Still not sure about it. There definitely is a severe weather risk though. How long are you planning on streaming tonight? Well, I've set the criteria here for what's going to constitute a longer stream or a shorter stream. If our storms aren't any more prolific, or if we don't have any tornado warnings or anything as a result of new storms at midnight Eastern, which is in an hour and a half, we might consider wrapping it up. But I don't think that that's going to be the case. So we're probably going to be here until into the early morning hours. I'm not sure exactly. This is a rapidly changing situation. So I'm going to be here until I feel like I shouldn't anymore. Yeah, there'll be some storms in Kansas City, but nothing crazy. Constantly going back up here to our storms in South Dakota as well, just to check on those rotation signatures. They're still there. Still got a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning, which probably will be expanded to the east a little bit now to include White River, South Dakota. If we take another look at satellite here, we're starting to see the cloud that is producing our blip on radar is starting to we're starting to see that it's getting taller. We're also starting to see new stuff pop up down here in Oklahoma. So this is the area to watch right now. Nothing in northeast Texas that's notable at this moment. There's some rain, but that's it. Since it's calm right now, can you talk about tomorrow a little bit? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, let's do that really, really fast. Because I know there's a lot of people watching right now that are probably concerned about tomorrow. We will be here with you tomorrow live. And I think we're going to be, I don't think there's going to be a period of that stream where we're just tracking blips. Or, even like, I think that there's just going to be a lot more storms tomorrow. But the tornado threat is it's still a little iffy. We don't know exactly if we're going to have supercells that are capable of tornadoes or not. But similar to today, it's conditional. But if supercells do form, we do have a very real, potentially significant tornado threat in Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. So that's why we've got that enhanced risk with the 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. So we'll be live tomorrow for that. And what does that look like on the latest? What do we look at here? The HRRR. I'll show you that real quick. Zero Z just came out. Let's go Central. So, looky here. The HRRR continues to show big time storm development in West Kansas by midnight. And then that's all going to kind of grow, upscale, and just become this huge multi-cluster rain producer by 6 a.m. It's going to be mostly rain and some, heavy rain, lightning and thunder and all that stuff by the time we get into the early afternoon hours tomorrow.
Kinsley, Kansas. I don't know if you can hear the wind or not. It's got a mouthful of dust. But our low-level jet is absolutely starting to rip here. So that storm down there may just continue to grow.
Yeah, so the sun is set. The low-level jet is increasing, as you can hear from Chris's call in there. And that's probably going to lead to this before too long. So anyways, that's all going to, it's going to cause some storms around 3 or 4 p.m. in Iowa and Missouri and Illinois. And those will have their own severe weather risks, a marginal tornado threat, and then a severe hail and wind threat as well. And then there's going to be the potential for some supercells to form behind that. And if that actually happens, in my opinion, that's where the bigger tornado threat exists. Okay, so definitely going to have a bunch of storms tomorrow, but the tornado threat, in my opinion, is still very conditional and kind of dependent on the mode of the storms that comes through. The kind, are they going to be mostly linear, supercellular, multi-cluster messes like that? So we will be trying to figure that out tomorrow, but certainly going to have a lot of storms. This is the latest on our blip, and you definitely can see the intensification now. In fact, we've got a lightning strike. So this thing is definitely getting its act together, guys. I would definitely consider that more than a sprinkle now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. I wanted to talk a little bit more about some different sort of storm modes we're seeing, because the environment in southeastern Nebraska right now is actually pretty explosive if you do look at mesoanalysis. But there's one key ticket to it that you'll also find there when you look at the hodograph, especially. I assume you'll bring up mesoanalysis after this to go over whatever I say here, because you'll put it in it'll be like, and you just said a bunch of jargon. Let me break it down for you. Anyways, the hodographs in southeastern Nebraska are very looped in the first kilometer there, but then they kind of stay quite close to the center once you go way further up, a couple miles up. We're really looking for that part of the hodograph to extend outward. Tells us we have a lot of bulk shear, and that is one of the key things that determines our storm mode. So because there's not a lot of bulk shear, and it's like less than 30 knots from 0 to 6 kilometers, we're seeing a bunch of these little pop-up showers, pop-up thunderstorms instead of like an organized supercell. So I figured we could talk about storm mode while we wait for our infamous blip storm to do something, and you're free to re-elaborate as you please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We also had something come through from Chris there. Let's listen to that.
Ryan, we have lightning.
Okay, so Chris is now seeing lightning on our blip. This is a map full of photographs, one of the things that Andy was just talking about there. And the first thing that I notice is there's a huge area here, pretty much our entire 10% hatched risk area, where at first glance things look mostly favorable for rotating thunderstorms, especially down here in Kansas and in Oklahoma, where our new storms are potentially going to be getting into very soon. But yeah, we're up here in South Dakota and Nebraska. Our storm mode is not necessarily supporting tornadic activity, even though we are seeing all of these signatures that indicate rotation. And we've still got that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for areas just to the west of White River. Okay. And that storm's going to continue to go up towards Okoton and Murdo as well. And we've got a really strong storm currently occurring around Rapid City as well. If you're in Rapid City, you're probably, you're experiencing a very strong storm. Lots of lightning, thunder, heavy rain, hail. There's no warning with this. But I'm sure that is definitely a loud storm for you guys over there near Box Elder and Rapid City. A little bit of very small hail and lightning activity going on between Lincoln and Kansas City as well. I see a lot of people in the chat that are saying, "Oh, I hear thunder, I see lightning," and around these areas, and just know that it's all very well below severe limits right now. There's no severe weather threat with this stuff at all at this moment, so we'll keep you updated on that. Storms are seemingly trying to reignite in Texas. This little thing here south of Vernon is definitely more impressive than it was 30 minutes ago. Same thing for all these little, what were once blips in Oklahoma. They're trying to get going. And if we look at the satellite, if we look at the satellite, we can also see that there's other stuff that's popping up out there as well. So lots of new activity happening in this zone, which is what we expected. It's 10:36 p.m. on the East Coast. 9:36 out here. And I still think we're in the very beginning stages of our severe weather situation that's unfolding here. Ryan, the thunder has died down a bit in Rapid City, South Dakota. Taylor says, I've been watching lightning in south of North Kentucky for the past 30 minutes. Yeah, there's some really big lightning producers over there. Latest scan on our blip. I know I keep coming back to the blip, but I think that this is going to be one that we watch for a while. We've got lots of lightning activity now, and what would potentially constitute as a storm. Like I think that this is now no longer a rain shower, but a thunderstorm. So, well, we've watched it since its inception there, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. So we're going to be quite attached to that storm there for some time. And here's the storms in Kentucky, by the way. The reason you're still seeing the lightning is because they're not really going away. We had the big storm cause the flooding in LaGrange. It's still there. It's actually kind of recycling, getting its act back together as it comes towards Frankfort. Really strong storm right now over I-75 near Sadieville. I think that this is probably going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning sometime soon.
Ryan, do you have a copy?
Yes, sir, Zach. What's up?
I think we finally have a storm developing here southwest of Dodge City. Been waiting for a few hours now. Just want to let you know that we're on this one. We'll see what happens here over the next hour or so, but it's definitely strengthening on us.
That's Storm Chaser Zach Hall, and he is on this storm. I I don't know how many storm chasers are currently on this storm, but I'm sure it's a lot. Lots of attention on that little storm right there. No longer a blip. Yep. Okay, Allie. Let's put Brandon Clement in 1 because we're starting to see some really kind of intense lightning from our storm here. So I want to make sure we can show that. I think we're going to see the lightning activity really pick up exponentially here.
Ryan, I counted a total of 61 spotter dots, and remember, that's only the people who have their spotter dots on.
Hey, Ryan, our storm lightning is picking up very much so in this south of Kinsley.
And Allie, if Chris has a decent shot of the lightning, we might as well put him in 2. So this is a live look at our blip. This is it. This is our blip. We told you that we weren't looking at this for no reason. We're watching in real time as it is exploding into the atmosphere with incredible force and becoming quite electrical as well. Yeah, there's 30,000 people in here watching a literal rain shower, like sprinkle shower on radar earlier. And you were all here at the very beginning stages of this storm, which will probably become a very, very strong storm here soon as it goes up towards Dodge City, Kansas. They grow fast, especially from this stage on. It's going to grow very fast. Storm Chaser Brandon Clement is currently in Wright, Kansas, pointing west towards our storm, which is really getting its act together. On radar now, we're starting to see signs of heavy rain, maybe even some small hail south and east of Montezuma in Kansas. And by the way, right now, y'all, this is what we've got going on. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. We're checking in on intermittently, but this is it. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, let's put a number on this blip here so we can recount its entire history. From the Frederick radar on tilt 2, I can see echo returns on this storm at 47,000 feet above the surface, which is 9 miles up. So there you go. That's how tall the storm is now. 47,000 feet from a blip to a maturing thunderstorm very quickly.
Awesome. Unbelievable stuff. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, it's literally exploding now. If you're in Dodge City, you can certainly see this thing if you look out to the south and west. Lots of lightning. And I think that, yeah, this will impact Dodge City. I don't know if it'll be a severe thunderstorm by the time it gets there, but it's coming right for you. And notice how it's by itself. This is the definition of a discrete storm. This one, once it becomes much more mature than it is now, we'll have a very real opportunity to produce a tornado in the environment that it's entering. Once again, this is a look at those photographs out there in Kansas. Big, loopy photographs. Lots of wind shear, storm relative helicity. What else do we have? Plenty of convective energy. Yeah, everything kind of lines up here in exactly where our storm is forming. In fact, the some of the composite indices, like the significant tornado parameter, even is quite high where this storm is going. So it's got all of the ingredients necessary for the taking here. It's quite the future ahead of this storm, it seems. Kobe said we made fun of the blip and now it's now it's paying us back. No, the reason we focused on the blip is because we knew this would happen. This is, we were waiting on this. And here we go. Like, we're watching the lightning. You can see the lightning get more and more intense above my head from Brandon Clement's feed. And it's just going to continue to do that. Hey, thank you, Christian. Yeah, so Dodge City, everywhere that's in the potential path of this storm, from Dodge City up through Ness, La Crosse, you guys are all under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Central. And this little storm has actually just now crossed into our actual 10% hatched zone from the Storm Prediction Center. So everything is, even though it seemed like we started and things were not happening, everything is still pretty much right on schedule for a potential very large severe weather outbreak this evening. It could be just a couple of supercells that cause it, and hopefully any damage or anything that happens as a result of it is isolated. But there's no stopping it now. This one's going to go on and do something. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a developing supercell in Kansas. We've been watching this thing since it was literally steam coming out of a puddle in southwest Kansas. Now it is an explosive thunderstorm that's about to cause a lot of problems, I believe. Also keeping an eye on our storm in Texas that's coming out of Texas now, getting ready to cross just to the south and east of Vernon and go into Oklahoma. That one looks like it's picking up steam quite a bit as well. Elijah, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so I have an update about the
Hey
storm
Ryan,
that hit
our storm is
LaGrange,
already
Kentucky
starting to get a
earlier.
hook to it.
That was the storm that had all the flooding. So the emergency manager is now reporting that streets in LaGrange are impassable. A vehicle has already attempted to pass a street, actually really close to to the hospital in LaGrange, and it was pushed off the road. So there are streets very, very close to the hospital that are currently impassable.
Okay, wow. Thank you very much, Elijah. Flooding and a lot of different stuff going on over there in Kentucky. We're going to go back and forth to those storms as well, because I don't think we're done talking about the little boundary that exists from Illinois through Kentucky down into West Virginia. I think we're going to continue to see new storms form along that. And the way that the winds are kind of oriented right now, I think flash flooding is going to continue to be a problem if those storms try to stay stationary as they have been. We've got a lot of winds moving from the south. Let me show you. Winds at the surface are moving kind of from the south up into the storms, but winds aloft are blowing very fast this way. So you've got a situation where it's just kind of like a non-stop conveyor belt of like moisture coming into the storm, getting put up into the atmosphere, and then dumping down in the same areas over and over again. Hopefully, now that the sun is down, though, these storms lose a lot of steam, and we don't continue to have to deal with that all night. But yeah, flash flooding ongoing in places around LaGrange. I would just about bet that areas between Canby and Corinth in Kentucky are experiencing similar kind of stuff right now. We still don't have a warning for that, but I'm sure it'll come out soon. Wow. Latest radar imagery from what was once just a little blip is now, once again, I think it's probably not long before we see a severe thunderstorm warning associated with this. Dodge City, on the west side of town especially, you guys get ready for some, maybe some small hail and some gusty winds, lots of lightning.
Hey Ryan, there is not a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. However, there is a special weather statement. This special weather statement includes hail of up to half an inch and winds to 55 miles an hour.
All right. Yeah, the lightning activity is still picking up there. I'm noticing, I'm not seeing anything else really. I think that we are going to be tracking more than just one storm here. But so far, this is definitely the dominant and most impressive thing that we've got. I do see, I hate to bring our attention to another blip, but I do see one right here that I'm going to tag this one in my head too. We'll check in on that one periodically, but I would just about bet that about 30 minutes from now will be something else that we're talking about. Blip number 2. Yep. Blip 1, blip 2. Hey, the next one we'll name it as well. We're going to track these from the very beginning. And down there on the bottom right, our Storm Chaser feed, just pay attention. If you're interested in tracking the progression of the storm, just pay very close attention to how frequent the lightning is. The more frequent it becomes, the stronger our storm is becoming. It's because we can't really see anything else. We can't see how robust the updraft is. We can't see really the base of the storm. We can't see any fine details about it. What we can see at night is the frequency of lightning, and the more frequent, usually it's a sign that the storm is growing very quickly. The Blip has taken over chat. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at our storm that's coming together here. We've been waiting for a while for the cap to erode and a storm to get going here, and it's happened. This one is it's still in the beginning stages. I think this is going to really explode into a big supercell that produces large hail, damaging wind, and maybe even a tornado. It'll probably be once it gets past Dodge City, hopefully. Right now, there's no warning or anything for Dodge City, but there's still going to be, there's a special weather statement. There's going to be a pretty strong storm come through here shortly, and it's getting much stronger every second. You can see from the increased lightning activity there. I mean, if you've been watching for the past 30 minutes, this looks nothing like it did 30 minutes ago. It's slowly but surely becoming honestly, a monster of a storm here. So this is going to come right through the west side of Dodge City, and then move on up towards Jetmore, Hanson, that area north and west of Dodge City. Our blip number 2 is also growing. We've got some deeper greens here. This will likely turn into a storm as it approaches Nest City. So that's going to be associated with this. If we're watching these storms from space, this is what they look like. Well, not really. They're not green, but it's night. So this is helping us see what they would look like. So this is blip number 1. This is blip number 2. You can see how this one is growing a lot. This one is just starting that same sequence there. So they're kind of in the perfect spot to, once again, take advantage of the very ripe atmosphere that's in place that could, support supercells. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to see the storm go through Dodge City. I do want to mention that the severe thunderstorm warnings up here in South Dakota have been allowed to expire, but we still have some big storms up here. All around Rapid City, downtown Rapid City, you guys are getting a break right now, but just to your south and east, we've got some really heavy rain, some hail, lots of lightning. Same things happening back here along the I-90 corridor, down towards Highway 83 between Midland and Murdo and White River. You guys are experiencing a really strong storm. It's not quite severe, but yeah, that's going to go on for a little while here, as those are pretty slow moving storms, but no severe warnings right now. We've got a little band of increased storm activity forming here near Mullen and Seneca in Nebraska that's going to move off to the north and west. We also have a bunch of lightning and some heavier rain now trying to come down north of Lincoln. None of this is severe. You're also feeling this and hearing this on the northwest side of Kansas City. Once again, nothing severe there. I am interested to see, yeah, our little storm that's just past Vernon now is continuing to try to survive, I guess. And that's eventually going to work up towards Lawton, Oklahoma. No severe warning associated with that either, but it's probably got some small hail with it. And that's pretty much what's going on. We've got a couple storms up here in Kentucky. They're still producing some lightning and thunder and heavy rain near Sadieville, Cynthiana, Frankfort, and Shelbyville in Kentucky. They are slowly but surely also trying to fade away. So all eyes now are on our blips. Like this is where everything is happening right now. We're waiting for our next scan. There it is. We've got a strong storm moving into the west side of Dodge City now. Blip number 2 is getting much stronger, and that's what we're dealing with. Let's go back to looking at the lightning activity increase from Storm Chaser Brandon Clement's point of view. And by the way, we've got lightning all around Dodge City. Most of the lightning, actually, according to the radar here, is not happening within the core of the storm. It's happening way out in the anvil. So this is one of those situations where, you know, even if you're way out in front of this thing in Spearville or Ford or Windhurst in Kansas, you want to stay indoors because you don't have to be right under the storm to get struck by lightning. Yeah, we sat here. We've been live now for 3 hours, exactly 3 hours, experiencing the calm before the blip. Now we've got a full-fledged storm, a developing supercell moving through Dodge City. Kansas has come alive here in the past 30 minutes, and I just can't imagine how many storm chasers are flocking towards this storm right now. Dodge City is full of light bars and Skywarn bumper stickers right now. And huge shout out to Storm Chaser Brandon Clement for this incredible view of the increasing lightning activity here. He's had us parked in front of the storm since the very beginning. And yeah, I think what we are seeing there is the lights from Dodge City kind of illuminating the more lower to the ground parts of the storm. So we're getting a really good view of the Dodge City storm now. Katarina, thank you so much for that. Mr. Civ says, thanks for getting me interested in weather again. I got the opportunity to shadow a storm chaser.
We're just east of Spearville, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you the structure on this storm is amazing so far.
All right, that's Chris Hall. Chris Hall's up here in Spearville. Brandon Clement, the live view that we have above our head there is in this area. And they're all looking down towards our storm. Wyatt, the blips are finally getting the attention they always wanted. Blipmageddon has begun. We've got, thanks for the support. We do have, this one right here, I don't think we should be calling this a blip anymore. This is a full-on thunderstorm. This, however, is still developing. So we're watching it as it goes up towards Ness City. Right now, guys, nowhere in America is there a severe thunderstorm warning. So we are hyper-focused on our developing supercell here in southwest Kansas. Storm Chaser Brandon Clement has now panned us around to point us even more towards the center of that storm. Jen says, can you explain what a hatched area is? If you're talking about the severe weather risk from the Storm Prediction Center, if you're in the 10% hatched risk area for tornadoes, for example, all it means is, you know, you've got the 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a given point within that risk area. And the hatched indicator, the dotted lines, just mean that those tornadoes could be big. You know, they could be tornadoes that produce EF2 or greater damage. It's been a minute since we've gotten an update from the radar here. That'd be something if the Dodge City radar decided to go down right now. Oh, there we go. There's your update. The storm is now so close to the radar, it's hard to really tell anything about it. It'll have to get a little bit past Dodge City before we can really analyze the structure of it and everything on radar. But we've got this amazing live view from Brandon here, so we can continue to monitor the strengthening process of it. Rename it Blob? No, it's a thunderstorm now. There's no There's no blips or blobs about it. The second area of interest, though, is a different story, but look at how quickly this is also intensifying. This will probably become its own storm as well here pretty soon. Here we're looking at a 3D volumetric scan of the storm, and you can see just how high it's trying to get there. So the storm is now trying to move past Dodge City. Once again, once we get a little bit farther down the road here, we're going to be able to tell more about the storm, especially on velocity. If there is some sort of rotation going on there, this is got to get a little bit farther away from the radar before we're going to be able to properly analyze it. And then, of course, blip number 2 continues to grow here. This is going to be its own thing here very soon. Nest City. You'll get in on that. Brownell, you guys will get on it on. I can't talk already. You'll get in on that as well. It looks like Brandon Clement's on the move now, on the road. We show the instability map. I can show you a couple different things on the SPC site here. Significant tornado parameters still quite elevated in Kansas. Convective available potential energy, it's honestly as good as it can be for these storms right now. We've got 3,000 joules per kilogram. We do have also just incredibly favorable photographs. We've got winds turning with height here all across west central Kansas and into Oklahoma as well. So, you know, now that we have the storm's just got to get a little bit more mature to kind of really take advantage of the full profile of the changing winds above it, and it'll be a full-on supercell. So as far as I can tell, there's not anything that's stopping it from doing that. Brandon Clement there is now seemingly moving potentially down Highway 283, I believe. Does Dodge City need to take shelter? No. No, there's no warning right now. The storm is going by Dodge City at its very early stage here. There's not a lot going on with it right now. Yep, we're going to be here with you tomorrow as well. The tornado threat looks to be there tomorrow as well as today. And there's going to be more storms to work with tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, the next scan or two, we should get a really good view of what the storm actually looks like on radar. Here is what everybody's talking about with the NATO cast, the new 22 models version there shows a pretty large portion of Iowa under the gun for a significant tornado threat. We don't take the NATO cast forecasts to heart, but we are a fan. I've been using this. I've been looking at this, I should say, since I started this channel, and I'm always impressed by it. Sometimes I'm confused by it, but more times than not, I'm impressed by its ability to kind of pinpoint some of the focus areas that are honestly sometimes missed by the SPC and myself. But right now, it's pretty much lined up exactly with what everybody else is looking at. And up there in Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri, there's going to be a pretty good tornado chance tomorrow. Yep, up there towards Rapid City, it's still storming, but there's no severe thunderstorm warnings at all. There's some strong storms though, and some of them are rotating. But nothing terribly concerning just yet. Meteorologist Andy Hill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. You could see a lot more stuff popping up behind what was our dry line previously, but now is a dry line overtaken by what's called a Pacific cold front, which is one where we're still in the high plains, but it's oriented mostly north-south because it's being driven from our whole storm system, which came from the Pacific as we were tracking it. You were tracking it in your previous extra videos, I'm sure. So now you can see that even though it's past nighttime, our dry lines retrograde to the west after dark. Now that's being driven to the east because that's now a proper cold front. And you can watch the convection start up behind that boundary on the radar because as a cold front progresses forward, all of the rising air kind of comes up and over it like a slope. So all the stuff behind that cold front is just literally being driven up by that boundary alone. It's forcing air up and creating new showers, new blips for us to track.
Awesome. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Bringing our attention over here to the overtaken dry line now. Look at that. Look how fast everything has just started to pop up there. Already starting to see some lightning strikes as well between Garden City and Scott City and Dighton, I think is how you say that. So that'll be something that continues to flare up as well. The Dodge City storm is pretty far out in front of that. And so is this blip south and west of Ness City. So we'll see if anything else kind of pops up around that. But
Hey, Ron,
these might be the
was
two
just reported on the storm that's near
storms.
Dodge City.
What did Chris say?
Hey, Ron, a funnel cloud was just reported on the storm that's near Dodge City.
Okay, I haven't heard anything about that. But Chris is out there. I don't know. We'll see if we can get any confirmation on that or figure out where that came from. But at some point, this storm is going to try to produce a funnel cloud. So not terribly surprising. Oh yeah, things are really starting to light up all over the place here. We got another blip. The Ness City blip's getting bigger, and then we've got multiple things popping up behind the dry line there, or the cold front north of Garden City and south of Scott City. So this is going to become our focus area, I think. We obviously are going to continue to check in on you guys in South Dakota. Lots of wind reports up here. Lots of 50 to 60 mile per hour wind reports. Still got a ton of heavy rain and lightning, and it's a stormy evening between Rapid City and Murdo tonight along Interstate 90. Checking in on Kentucky. These storms are still going. Like they're just slowly moving now down around Lexington. New storms formed there. So we're going to be checking in on all these places, but just keep in mind we are going to mostly be locked in on southwest Kansas until storms expand from there into other places or they move into other places. Blip 3 is trying to compete with Blip 1. Yeah, we'll probably see some of that. Rula says, will this be one of those streams where you pull an all-nighter? It's hard telling. I don't know for sure. I hope not. I hope that things calm down relatively quickly, but we're going to be tracking this storm for quite some time. We're definitely not close to done right now. Yeah, so I see the report now that Chris was talking about. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, there are multiple chasers that have now reported that there is a rapidly rotating wall cloud on that storm. And the timing of that initial funnel cloud report probably was a little iffy, but there are several confirmations now.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I have more updates on the funnel cloud.
Okay, go ahead.
Per a couple of chasers, it sounds like that funnel cloud made it a quarter of the way down to the ground before occluding. There is currently still just that wall cloud that Elijah just talked about, but I do believe that it is going to try and produce a tornado here very, very shortly.
Okay, so storm chasers are out there. They've got a close eye on this thing. We're seeing lots of movement. We're seeing lots of low hanging clouds. Probably seeing some SLCs, some scary looking clouds, and potentially even parts of the storm that are trying to rotate enough to produce a tornado. So we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning or anything. So I don't want anybody freaking out. Okay, whenever people start hooting and hollering about funnel clouds, this and that, you got to think those chasers that they want to see that. All right, so we're not jumping to any conclusions here. So far on the radar, I don't see much of any indication of too much rotation. But once again, we are really close. But this is definitely the kind of storm that's going to try to produce a tornado at some point tonight. So if you're in Jetmore, Hanston, Burdett, I would say, right now is a good time for y'all to watch out. You're not under a tornado warning or anything just yet. But this storm is really getting its act together.
Hey Ryan, can't confirm a funnel cloud right now, but we do have a lowering on my stream. We're about 6 miles south of Hanston.
All right, Allie, if we can get Jackson up, Jackson Farley, if you can see that lowering he's talking about. By the way, tons of storm chasers on this. We got Hunter, Max, Zach, Steven, Freddie, Jaden, Chris, and countless others. All around this storm right here. Bash is having an official Ryan Hall y'all hamburger patty with cheese. That sounds nice. An SLC is a scary looking cloud. It's the official meteorological term. What's Oh, okay. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching the really interesting process of this storm that started off as a little rain shower in southwest Kansas and is now a full-blown supercell that is producing funnel clouds. And it's still growing. This is still, going to continue to get more intense as time goes on. So we're watching this one storm here in Kansas. There are other storms that are forming, but right now this one is kind of stealing the show. And we've got tons of professional storm chasers who are up close and personal with this thing. And that's what you're seeing down at the bottom of your screen, all the flashes. That's lightning coming from this one storm here just to the north of Dodge City. Brandon Clement, Jackson Farley, and Zach Hall are all on Kansas roads here, giving us live looks at this storm. Really, kind of like not in a very populated area, but we're going to get awfully close to Hanston and Jetmore here before too long. Yeah, the lightning continues to get more and more impressive there. Looks like our high-res velocity product is a little bit behind here. Now we've got it. Still not seeing much of anything different. Still a very strong storm. It's getting a lot stronger. You can tell that just by looking at the lightning activity. But there's nothing else really to report on as far as, you know, what we're seeing on radar here. But a scan or two from now, that could change. Somebody in the chat was talking about heat lightning. Lots of lots of heat lightning out there tonight, and basically all that is it's just lightning that you're seeing from distant thunderstorms. There's no such thing as just lightning that happens because it's hot. Just in case anybody didn't know that, I don't know exactly what the conversation was about there in chat, but if you ever see lightning, it's coming from a thunderstorm. And sometimes you can see lightning in the sky and not any clouds. Like if it's evening, you can see it. I've seen lightning before, and the tops of the clouds that are producing the lightning still be below the horizon. So it makes sense that some people that you would think that that's just happening in the sky, just flashes of light. But no, it's always associated with a thunderstorm. Yeah, so one of the reasons why we're hyper focused on this storm here in Kansas is because there's no warnings anywhere else in the United States. I know a lot of you guys that are watching are hearing thunder. You're getting heavy rain, and maybe you're in South Dakota over here between Rapid City and Murdo. These are strong storms, but they're not severe. Maybe you are in Kansas City. You're starting to see some lightning, hear some thunder. Kansas City, actually, this might be a place where somebody might think that they're experiencing heat lightning, but you're just seeing very distant lightning strikes from some of these storms around Topeka and up towards
Ron,
Omaha.
you have a copy.
Storms in Kentucky are continuing to do their thing, but nothing Nothing really strong yet. This is definitely the strongest storm we have here in Kansas near Jetmore and Hanston. Chris Hall reached out. Let's reach back. Hey, Chris, what's up?
Hey, so we're coming up south of Roselle. We're watching this storm, but I can't help but to notice off where the draw line used to be, southwest of Dighton, actually maybe a LP hook. If you want to look just southwest of Dighton, it actually doesn't look terrible on velocity, but just keep an eye on that too. So.
Yeah, Chris is talking about the recent uptick in radar reflectivity along our boundary here that's moving over towards Dighton, and this is something that we are watching very closely. Still nothing tornado warned or anything, but definitely something that we're watching as it moves towards Dighton. Man, this storm keeps looking more and more impressive. Can you guys believe this thing right here started off as a little blip not too long ago? If we go to a more distant radar like the Wichita radar and we look at our storm, you can see a little bit of rotation aloft. So it is definitely organizing right now. There we go. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now associated with this storm. Inch and a quarter hail and some winds maybe around 50 miles per hour expected near Hanston, Burdett, Alexander, McCracken, and all these places in Kansas. That's going to be for Hodgman, Ness, Pawnee, and Rush counties. This storm will probably go a long time before it's not severe warned anymore.
Hey Ryan, I'm receiving chaser reports of golf ball sized hail in our storm.
Golf ball size hail. I believe it. This thing is still getting much stronger really fast. Hanston, I would be watching out for some golf ball size hail as it moves up towards you. Also in Bazine and Alexander, I hope I'm saying that right. Eventually, this is going to go all the way up towards La Crosse. And by the time it gets to La Crosse, it's probably going to be a lot stronger. So I don't know what kind of hail sizes or wind speeds we could be looking at by the time it gets to you, but you guys should get ready for a potentially very strong storm. Do you think the storm will intensify? Yes. This storm's going to continue to intensify for quite some time. I don't know. It's not going to indefinitely intensify forever. At some point it'll stop, but for the near future, it's going to keep going. Will these keep moving northeast? Yeah. There's a potential that at some point the bigger ones, like this storm specifically, will try to get a little bit more of an easterly component to its movement, but the overall movement of the storm will be northeast, northeast actually. Yeah, right now the only severe thunderstorm warning we have is for this storm in Kansas, and the only places that are in the path are like Burdett, Alexander, and La Crosse. A lot of people are asking about, for example, Topeka, Wichita, Salina, Russell. Like, all you guys are under a potential threat for severe weather. But right now, there's nothing specifically heading right for you. We've got you locked in on the most interesting and pertinent thing right now. Yeah, Omaha, you guys are getting some storms. Nothing severe as of right now. It's just some lightning and thunder. Yeah, the base of that storm over there near Dighton is showing some signs of rotation. Hey, Ryan, is AI used in meteorology? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Actually, quite a bit. And probably a lot more in the near future. There's lots of different ways that it can be used. There's lots of new experimental ways it's being used right now. I think it'll overall be a very good thing. Just got to work out the kinks. Check that out. What an interesting shape to our storm here. That's really getting going now near Hanston. Remember, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Bazine, Alexander, and McCracken, Kansas. And all of the video feeds you see down there with the lightning and stuff, that's all this storm. Like, they're all following this storm. Nothing is happening really in East Illinois. How often is the radar updated? About every 3 minutes or so. Is Blip 2 growing anymore? Actually, it's not. It's still there. It's not gone, but it's not doing the same thing that that this storm did. This storm's being kind of pushed forward by, or this storm has broken the cap in this specific area, and now it's been supported by really steep mid-level lapse rates. The temperatures get quite cooler as you go up in height above this storm. So because there's essentially a hole poked here where this storm is, alleviating the cap. Now it's kind of acting as like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up all of the warm, moist, or somewhat warm, moist air around it up into the storm. So this one's going to keep going for a while. I don't know if this blip here is going to be able to pull that same kind of trick before it gets kind of taken over by the frontal boundary here. Yeah, there's a couple. You guys, there's a couple of dangly bits hanging off of the storm here, but nothing that I would call a hook echo just yet. We're watching all of the bits, though. We're watching them all. Severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way out to Alexander and McCracken, Kansas. And yeah, we're also watching the line behind this supercell as well, the one that's getting ready to go through Dighton. It is exhibiting a couple of areas of rotation. Slightly weaker. There's less, I guess, moisture and some other ingredients that are necessary for tornadoes back here towards that line. So not sure what's going to happen with those areas of rotation, but this part of the storm is also rotating, so we're watching that very closely.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris when you have a minute.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we are just east of Roselle. We're pulled off the highway here watching this absolute lightning show on this storm. What I'm seeing in the storm right now is it may have tried to undergo a little bit of a cycle. And if you watch the bottom part of that sail that's right over or just to the north of Hanston, it's trying to reorganize. And if that reorganizes, we are more than likely going to see somewhat of a right turn. So we're going to just pull on up towards Ash Valley and maybe Albert as this thing continues to chug along to the northeast.
All right. So that was Storm Chaser Chris Hall giving us his plans for continuing to track this storm. Quite the uneventful storm chase. Like everybody's like, there's just one storm. You know what I mean? But it's good for us because if something does happen here, we've got a million different ways of figuring out what it is that's happening. But Chris is going to continue to follow this storm until there's another one that looks like it needs to be followed, or until that one's gone. I think his plan is eventually to get all the way over to Iowa by tomorrow, so he could definitely be following this for quite some time. Jason says, go home and rest. I don't need any rest. We've been resting, watching this little rain shower here. Turn into a supercell, and now we're just waiting to see what's going to happen next. Daniel, thank you for that. Ryan, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Anthony, thank you. Nemo, thank you. Alan says, it's been a great learning experience watching a blip grow into a proper storm. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm still not seeing much in the way of velocity indicated rotation on our supercellular storm, but there's all kinds of little areas of rotation along the line back here between Dighton and Garden City, but nothing intense yet. Anthony, thank you. Anthony Mikna, I hope I'm saying that right. Matt said, did you stream the Tuscaloosa tornado in 2011? I didn't. I don't know if live streaming was, I don't know if you could do it on YouTube then. I don't know. That seems like a long time ago. I know obviously there were live streaming sites. But I was a junior in high school when that happened. So I was in class. Yeah, I was. If that was a weekday, I was in class. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a supercell that is producing a severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas. Hodgman, Ness, Pawnee, and Rush counties in Kansas. You got a strong storm heading your way. We've been watching this thing since it was a literal blip on the radar. Now it's much more than that. But it is kind of taking its time. Like I think around the time it got to Jetmore up to now, the rate of exponential increase in lightning and just overall intensity has slowed a little bit. Omaha's outlook is it's not very concerning. I think that most of these storms are going to, I think you're going to get some storms in the morning, but I think they're, for the most part, going to be quite tame compared to what they were supposed to be like right now and what they will probably be like after they get past you tomorrow. Did you major in blipology? Yes, I did. Yep, class of 2012. One second, I'll be right back. So, how are you guys doing? Is everybody hanging in there? Staying hydrated?
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Coming up parallel to this storm, I think it's got about another 10 or 15 minutes, and it's probably going to go absolute beast mode.
There you go. Chris Hall. Chris Hall's he spoke it into existence, so he could be right. He could be right. This storm could be about to go quote unquote beast mode. If it does, we're going to be right here tracking it. If it doesn't, it's already a pretty significant storm. It's producing quarter-size hail as it moves up towards Alexander and McCracken and La Crosse. Okay? So, yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now. We're also continuing to look at some areas of rotation along the line back here. None of them are tight enough to warrant any sort of tornado warning just yet. Elijah, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so remember earlier today you mentioned that South Dakota might give us our first tornado. Well, it looks like it did. There was actually a tornado reported up near Rapper, South Dakota, about 25 minutes ago. Now, we could not have really seen it because the closest radar looks 10,000 to 11,000 feet up at the storm at the time. But there was a tornado now reported in South Dakota.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah, for telling us about that. Currently, no warnings or anything in South Dakota, but these storms, and the reason why I keep going back up to these is because they are packing a punch. I am somewhat surprised they're not at least a severe thunderstorm warning for, small hail and some gusty winds on some of these, especially given the amount of reports that we're seeing of the 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And now, some tornado report is also that's add that to the list. So these storms we're going to continue to watch them. Basically, right now though, I know we've got quite a few people that are up here that are watching. So basically, right now is we've just got some really slow moving torrential downpours with a lot of lightning and hail that are kind of moving over the same areas here, kind of in a ring. You notice how everything's moving back this way? It's kind of wrapping back around into the circulation that is driving the entire storm system here. But these are also rotating. They're also capable of producing tornadoes, but not all of them, and not in any sort of widespread outbreak kind of fashion. Okay, so just be weather aware, be hyper vigilant, and be able to get into your shelter if a warning is issued tonight. Even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, I would take that pretty seriously if I lived up there tonight. You're in an environment that is capable of producing and has a history of producing tornadoes now. My wife is texting me. She said, since nothing's going on, tell them about Otto rolling over. It's a major life update. Yeah, we've got a 3-month-old, almost 4-month-old baby, and he rolled over for the first time today, and he's just been doing it all day, just back and forth, rolling over. So she said, bring that up as something light and fun. Yeah, that's super awesome. I did get to go home for a bit today. Had my hamburger patties down there. Watched the baby flip flop over and over, having a blast. Yeah, I've got 2 now. 3-year-old Echo, almost 4-month-old Otto. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, just a small thing, but the Omaha, Nebraska radar was struck by lightning and is currently offline.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Elijah. We've been talking a lot about the lightning up here, and apparently it's quite intense. Now we're radarless for, I guess, we don't know how long up here near Omaha. But the good news is I don't think that we have too much of a near-term severe weather threat in Omaha. I think that these storms are mostly, I mean, don't get me wrong, cloud-to-ground lightning it's severe, especially if it's taking out radar sites. But I don't think we have too much of a wind or hail or tornado threat in the near future. Hopefully, though, they get that up and running before, some of the bigger storms get there much later. Caleb says, excited to see what happens in West Central Illinois tomorrow. I don't know if there's going to be as intense as they're saying. I'll be watching from the firehouse. Yeah, tomorrow has always looked more, I don't want to say more significant, because really the ceiling on tonight's event was quite high, and potentially even still is. But tomorrow looks more like I'm more confident in saying that there's going to be storms tomorrow. You know what I mean? We will be watching more than just one blip. Man, I really hope Chris Hall is watching right now.
Storm chaser Chris Hall. He's not related to Ryan, but after he's chased them all, you know he'll be flying to a Waffle House. Oh yeah, Waffle House.
Classic. Storm chaser Chris Hall. Not related to me. Not related to me. A lot of people think that. So yeah, there you go. Zach Hall, also not related. None of us are related to each other. Jordan Hall, Ryan Scholl. We don't have the same last name. We got the same first name. Also, no relation there. Yeah, we'll have to put that one on Spotify.
Hey Ryan, actually, if you want my opinion, I think our storm is going through a cycle. Actually, it may, I don't hold me to this, it may be trying to split. We're just south of Rush Center looking right at it. The lightning intensity is still, it's a little lower where it's trying to do a cycle, but we're still getting continuous lightning, so.
All right, so this is the storm that Chris is talking about, and he's talking about a split. And that's something that could potentially help the storm. If this part of the storm up here separates from the stronger area of convection here, sometimes you'll see this go north and this go veer a little bit off to the right. So it's kind of like shedding its excess fat there. And if that happens, then this storm is going to try to really, oh yeah, it is happening. That is definitely happening. Yeah, this is a split happening here. We've got two separate bases now on the storm. So the one, if I'm a storm chaser, if I'm somebody out there watching for a potential tornado or just a stronger supercell in general, I'm keeping a very close eye now on the southernmost storm. And more than it ever has, we're starting to see some signs of a lower level mesocyclone now on radar. So things are happening here. Yep, we've watched our blip go from a literal blip to a full-on mature supercell. Now it's procreating. It's splitting off. It's quite the story. It's quite the journey we've went through with this thing.
Hey, Ryan, still have a very, very low base on this storm.
What happened to the sound when a watch and warning comes across? It's still there. There just haven't been any. Anytime a regular severe thunderstorm warning is issued, it's not considerable or destructive. That doesn't make a sound. So there hasn't been anything to make a sound in a while. What are we thinking for the Wichita area? I think you guys are fine. I think you'll get some storms tonight, but nothing crazy. The strongest storms will go to your northwest, and then they'll refire to your northeast tomorrow. The blip discourse has been great. If nothing else happens tonight, if this is it, the archive version of this stream on the YouTube channel will be the Great Blip of April 15th and 16th, 2024. We can only hope that that is the case. Once again, we don't ever want to see bad things happen, but we're here right now because they could. Doesn't always mean that they will. So yeah, we're hoping for the best. It's currently 12:15 a.m. on the East Coast. 11:15 out here where the storms are. We've been going for 4 hours and 12 minutes. Oh, the Louisville, Kentucky storm. Let's go look. Oh, yeah, there is a new storm that's just formed over here near Louisville, Kentucky. And, yeah, it's taken off a little bit. Still got a couple storms out here in just east of Lexington, Kentucky as well. We've got a couple storms back in Indiana. That's that boundary I was talking about earlier. And we just got another severe thunderstorm warning. 1 inch in diameter hail and some gusty winds possible in Osmond up towards Bloomfield. And that's associated with the storms well to the north and west of Omaha. Up towards Springfield and Tyndall. So these storms are getting a little bit more intense. However, still not anything, crazy or anything like that. The Omaha radar is still down. We're able to see these storms from the Sioux Falls radar. And it does look like there could be some maybe up to quarter-sized hail with those storms that are moving across Highway 20 around Plainview and Hartington. Our storm is struggling, y'all, out here in Kansas. It was looking really healthy, and then it looked like there was a legitimate split going on, and then now everything is just...
This thing is now getting a hail core. It might, but it's getting a hail core right now, so it's gonna try. I don't have much hope in it, but...
Yeah, I see what he's talking about. There is definitely another flare-up here. It's trying to ingest more energy. It has the ability to do it. There's plenty of energy out there. But it is just not doing the thing that you would expect a supercell to do in this environment. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Brian. So while there's not too much going on right now, I was going to do another kind of update on our storm reports because it's been a couple of hours since I've done one. So we have now hit 100 storm reports. And yes, I say that because we've not had that many today. We've had 42 hail reports, 42 wind reports, 57 hail reports, and the one tornado reported in South Dakota. Majority of our hail reports actually come from the South Dakota set of storms, but the majority of the wind, or I said that backwards again. Majority of the wind reports are coming from South Dakota. That whole storm complex is producing a large amount of wind. There have been several wind gusts reported 60 miles per hour or even higher than that. And most of the hail reports are actually coming from Virginia, which is where they did outline a risk for hail, or the Storm Protection Center did earlier today. So a lot of the hail reports are coming from the East Coast, and a lot of the wind is coming from the South Dakota South. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. Actually, a very active severe weather day overall, considering 100 reports. So, yeah, it's just this storm over here is really kind of falling apart now. We're going to continue to follow it with Chris and those guys. The severe thunderstorm warning, continuing to update you on that. Osmond, Wausau, and Bloomfield and Crofton in northeast Nebraska. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And I was reading something. Digital Whales said, I've watched so many streams of yours, and this blip has received more attention than any other storm. Who would have thought that the day 7 prediction would lead to this? Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I think that our cell here is going to merge with the big boundary. We'll see what happens when that occurs. I really don't have any predictions on what might happen. So far, though, it does look like the best case scenario is unfolding for the most part as far as the way this will play out. Storm Prediction Center issues a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes whenever big tornadoes are possible. And sometimes they don't happen, and that is a good thing, despite it being very possible that they could. And I'm hoping that we continue this streak of kind of, for the most part, nothing happening for at least another hour. Kid 10269 says, Ryan, go to sleep. No. Not tired. Now, if there's no weather to track here, like it's significant weather to go over, at some point, yeah, we'll probably end the stream. But I specifically have altered my sleep schedule just a little bit so that I could have stayed up really late tonight. So I'm not going to sleep anytime soon anyway. So. Lots of Blip posts on Twitter. Is it trending? You got to get the Blip trending, y'all. Or it don't count. Travis says, I appreciate it's a bust for all those involved, but the over-hyping is like Chicken Little. It creates complacency. That's not good. Travis, that is a very, that's a discussion that has been had since the beginning of weather forecasting. The thing is if there is a 10% probability of a tornado happening, do you tell people that or not? Do you think it's a good idea to let people know? Because that means that there is, also a probability of a tornado not happening. But in the event where it does and you didn't tell anybody, people die. In the event where you do tell people and it doesn't, yeah, people get a little agitated and say that the weatherman's always wrong, but they'll get over it, and we'll continue to move forward. The next 10% will probably produce a tornado.
Done. Echo tops are already back right around 30,000, so it may be going to cycle, but I think it's done.
Now, when Chris is saying that it's done, it might be done. He's out there. He's underneath it. He's inspecting it from right underneath the thing. I agree. I think a 5% hatched is something that the SPC should highly consider. This is the I don't know how many examples we've had of where that would have been useful. This is definitely one of them.
Hey Ryan, just a little bit of information on that 5% hatch. That is actually an internal SPC product right now. However, it is not yet ready for public release.
Awesome. That's cool. I think we even need a 2% hatched. Highly conditional, high ceiling days like today. I feel like if you're, the SPC, you kind of feel forced into doing that 10 hatched because of what could happen, What is the highest probability you've seen? If you're talking about like since we've been streaming, since we've been doing this, that we did 45% hatched in 2021. It was like the second or third stream I ever did down there in Mississippi and Alabama. And everybody said that was a bust too. But that day there were multiple tornadoes. Some big ones too. Is Blip merch ready for public release? It should be, but I don't think it is. We need we gotta do better. It could probably be ready soon. I don't know if we'll remember the Blip tomorrow. Actually, you know what? We'll all remember this Blip for the rest of our lives. I'm sure of it. Jeff says, Ryan, if this Blip ends up being the most significant storm in the entire enhanced risk area for today, will this be the worst performing enhanced risk area that you have ever seen? That's a good question. I don't think so. I don't think so. We knew that today's risk was conditional. But close, very close, certainly close. Yep, it's all about probabilities. This same exact system next year, for example, the same exact kind of system could come through with just seriously ever so slightly different parameters. Like very, very different, like slightly different stuff could produce the next EF5. Like there's no I don't. Some people who think that the forecast was hyped up and stuff, you just don't understand probabilities. Like anytime we say that there's a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes, it doesn't always mean that there's going to be a bunch. Now, the reason we've chosen that as like kind of a reason to go live like the 10% hatch is because a lot of times it does. Like usually if there's a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes from the SPC, there's a lot of stuff going on, you know, and sometimes it's even a tornado outbreak. But sometimes it's not. And like we would miss a lot if we kind of just showed up for some and didn't show up for other ones, just depending on like what kind of mood we were in. Being here for all of them is what I want to do. So. Still, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now is up here in Nebraska. About to move into South Dakota. Storm moving down the Mountain Parkway now in Kentucky. I wonder if we can see it from the weather house. Hold on. Bear with me. Not looking like it. Not yet, anyways. Caleb says, why are people talking the lack of activity as a bad thing? Little to no tornadoes. Nobody is hurt or dead. Everyone is aware they're in a situation that can be dangerous. Where's the bad? I don't think anybody's saying it's a bad thing. I think that, you know, rightfully so. It can be frustrating to either misinterpret or a forecast or, you know, have expectations that are not met based off of your interpretation of a forecast. It makes perfect sense to me. All of the storm chasers out there today are obviously nobody's upset that the bad storms didn't happen. But yeah, it's just an expectations thing.
Hey, Ron, when you have a minute.
We are very glad that we're not tracking a huge, you know, potentially damaging storm right now. But unfortunately, there's another shot tomorrow, and I would be very surprised if tomorrow's stream ended the way that this one is likely going to here shortly. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, she's done. I'm heading east. I'm going to be getting in Kirksville, Missouri at like 7 a.m., so we're going to be driving all night. It looks like tomorrow, all jokes aside from everything we've joked about today, blips and all, tomorrow looks very much more significant than today ever thought of being. Tomorrow may possibly be 2 rounds of significant severe weather across central Iowa and northern Missouri. So any people up there, I know we've joked a lot today, but tomorrow is the real deal up there. So
I couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest.
Storm chaser Chris Hall. He's not related to Ryan, but after he's chased them all, you know he'll be flying to a Waffle House.
What an anthem. I love it.
Oh yeah, Waffle House.
Yeah, Chris doesn't have to replace a windshield today. That's always a good thing. Billy Hill says, is a watch worse than a warning? Nope. A warning is usually worse than a watch. If you've got, it could be like today, for example, we had a big tornado watch for portions of Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, and we had no tornadoes, right? And we didn't have any tornado warnings. So you can have a tornado watch and the conditions are just favorable for tornadoes. But whenever you get under a tornado warning, usually that means that a tornado is more imminent or actually happening. So yeah, if you're ever under a warning, that's a little bit more of a big deal than a watch. Ryan, do you plan on releasing a full version of Chris's Waffle House? Potentially. We might be working on an EP. Yeah, the taco example, if you've got the ingredients to make a taco in your kitchen, a lot of you probably do. You've got it in there. You got lettuce, a little bit of ground beef, some flour tortillas or the hard shell tortilla. You've got the stuff. Well, your kitchen is under a taco watch. But if you actually go get the ingredients out of the cabinet and the refrigerator and you start assembling them, now your kitchen is under a taco warning. Synth says, Ryan, at the beginning of the stream, you said, I wish I could just hang out with you guys until midnight and then go to bed. Can you wish this for tomorrow as well? I live in Cedar Rapids. Yes, absolutely. I hope, which will probably start earlier tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time, but
Hey, Ryan, since we're on the topic of Waffle House, what's your favorite Waffle House go-to?
You guys are going to... I think that I've been to Waffle House once in my life, and I don't remember what I got. I probably got pancakes. I know. I'm not proud of it. I don't think that I don't think it makes me a good person. I honestly, I'm reluctant to even talk about it. I'm sorry. What about you, Chris? What do you get at Waffle House? They probably don't even serve pancakes. I don't know what I got. I was like 12, maybe. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for Moreland and Pinnaky. Inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
My religiously go-to at Waffle House every time I go in and sit down, I'm going to tell you this exactly how I order it. I want a sirloin cooked medium, double eggs scrambled with cheese, and hash browns, maybe with some cheese in them, just depends on my mood, and a pib to drink.
Okay, I like it. That sounds good to me. Here's what the storms will look like for the rest of the night, or an approximate idea of what they might look like, according to this thing. Storms are probably going to be a big mess here, but still with some severe potential by 7 a.m. In Omaha and, eastern Nebraska, that area. There's a non-zero tornado threat, especially on the southern side, eastern Kansas. We've talked a little bit about Wichita. I really think that Wichita, you guys are in a good spot here, but Topeka and maybe down towards Fredonia and Adola and Burlington in Kansas, a little bit of a tornado threat in the morning as some of the more isolated convection kind of lofts itself up into the more jumbled mess up there as it goes into Iowa, where a damaging wind threat will become the main threat. New storms start to really pop off along the front here around 1 p.m. From Missouri up into Iowa. Tornado threat initially, damaging wind threat picks up after that. And then there is a very good chance that some additional supercells will form behind that main line of storms. And those will have a supercellular component to them and will also carry the risk for a tornado. So there's a couple different ways that we could see tornadoes through tomorrow's system, whereas today there was just one way. You know what I mean? And that way didn't pan out. Or has it panned out yet? I don't want to speak too soon. If we end the stream here and, we go to bed and we come back tomorrow, there could be tornadoes that happen between now and then. Severe weather will continue to happen tonight. It's not looking nearly as intense as what we thought it would be this evening. So that's good. That's good. Robin, thank you. Blues fan says, how do we get the merch that says I survived the massive sprinkle producing storm of 4/15/24? We don't got anything yet. We gotta work on our rapid merch development department, I guess. What was once a blip returns to blip status. We've literally watched the entire life cycle from birth to death of our blip here. Started way down here in southwestern Kansas, ended up here near Hays, Kansas, in north central Kansas, or pretty much central Kansas. Rip blip. Blip 8 p.m. to 11:46 p.m. Still got a couple minutes left in him. Joe Co 88 says, Ryan, what's going on, man? I'm late to the live stream. I'm just now tuning in. Guys, chat, go ahead and give him a synopsis of everything that's happened. There's so much I don't know if I can do it myself. It's currently 12:47 a.m. on the East Coast. We've been live streaming for 4 hours and 44 minutes. We're gonna draw it out to 5 hours, and then probably call it a night. Unless something crazy happens in the next 15 minutes. But we will be back tomorrow with some coverage on our next big storm. I don't know what time I'm going to start yet. I'm torn between starting as that first wave comes through the tri-state area around 2 to 3 p.m. or waiting until 4 or 5 or 6 for the secondary convection. I think that we're probably going to start earlier. I don't know. Just stay tuned to the channel. I'm going to post sometime early in the day tomorrow. I'm going to post the scheduled live stream. Don't take that time too seriously. It could be an hour off in either direction, but the goal is always to try to start at that time. More blip tomorrow. I don't think we're going to be dealing with as many blips tomorrow, but there will be a period of time where we are looking for blips if the HRRR solution is what happens, because there is going to be little supercells that pop up behind the main line. Can I push the HRRR a little bit farther for Chicago? That's as far out as the latest one goes. We can go to 0Z, and looks like rain and general thunderstorms will start around 8 p.m. tomorrow. Maybe a little bit stronger around midnight, but the severe weather threat is ultimately quite low in Chicago. Things will be, for the most part, over for you guys by 1 a.m. on Wednesday. Are you very concerned for
Hey Ryan,
Northeast
just a fun
Iowa?
fact. I'm looking at Twitter real quick. We're finally getting these pulled off there for a minute. The Northern Lights. Some pillars are being seen from central Iowa.
Really? Are we experiencing a geomagnetic storm? Not seeing too much about it, but I am seeing some pictures of the lights. That's crazy. Yeah, they're holding on to that. The enhanced risk is still in play. It'll be that way for a little while longer. I don't know what the next outlook's going to look like, but we're going to move on from that and just understand that there is going to be a risk for some severe weather through the rest of the slight and enhanced risk areas tonight. But thankfully, I don't think that we're going to see the worst of it. I think that this is definitely going to be a kind of thing where we start focusing on tomorrow now. So Tuesday, April 16th, the target area of interest is going to be Southeast Iowa, West Illinois, Northeast Missouri. Same thing. Good chance of tornadoes tomorrow, but not 100%. I need everybody to understand that. There very well could be no tornadoes tomorrow. Now, it's looking like that's not going to be the case. It looks like there is going to be tornadoes tomorrow. But as we saw tonight, just because conditions are super favorable for them doesn't mean that they are bound to happen. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Wednesday, more severe weather, a little bit farther east. It looks a little bit less tornadic. So I don't know exactly what the details on this are. I'll have more for you tomorrow, but as of right now, I'm not planning on going live for this. If it looks like it's going to be worse, then I might. And then Thursday, we've got a slight risk of severe weather in Oklahoma. Don't know too much about that either. It's too far out to know the details on it. These little showers in Oklahoma are happening. This one's gotten pretty strong over the last little bit, moving up towards Corn and Colony. Uh-oh. Starting to yawn. Slip. I zoom in on this, and the first thing I see in chat is we are so back. Quiet night. Yeah, thankfully, for the most part. I can't tell you how many times we've started a stream with a 10% hatched risk, and it ends up quiet for somber reasons. This is much preferred. Yep. Shane says, honestly glad it could have been way, way worse. That's exactly right. Bella says, what is your tropical outlook this year? I don't have one yet. I am going to make one as soon as we've got some time here. We've actually been quite busy with the severe weather stuff, and also I've been doing a lot of work on like upgrading the systems and stuff here. But even though a lot of the risks haven't produced like, you know, prolific tornadoes and stuff, like we have had a lot of severe weather, and we've been busy with that. As soon as I get a whole week to like really focus and write and edit a good main channel video, which is probably going to be next week, I'm going to do a hurricane outlook video. And it looks like it's going to be active. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it at all, but it looks like there's all signs are pointing towards a very active hurricane season. Like more so than last year, more so than a lot of years. Getting ready for Hillbilly Days? Yeah, a little bit. When is that? That's this weekend. It is now 1 a.m. on the East Coast. We're going to give it 3 more minutes here as we round out 5 hours of live coverage on this storm. Yeah, I think that the severe weather threat's going to continue overnight, but thank goodness it's much lower than what we originally thought. So everybody can breathe a big sigh of relief and get ready for tomorrow, as it does look like that's going to be a more significant threat. Sonny Parker says, hey, Ryan, you live close to Pikeville? Pretty close, yeah. Ryan, you should title this The Tornado Outbreak That Never Happened. No, I'm titling it The Great Blip of April 15th and 16th, 2024. I'm actually doing that. Blip bait. You guys. All right. So we've done just about 5 hours now, so I think we're good to wrap it up. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna go. We're all gonna get some rest and come back and talk to you tomorrow. And I don't think I'll have an extra video or anything. We're just gonna jump right into the live coverage at some point there. So that's all I have for you. I will see you very soon. Goodbye.
Flying all y'all. Track king storms with the click of his mouse. Flying all y'all. Gonna tell you if it's safe or if you gotta bounce in the radar's eye. He'll
Theo.
miss a call.